Hello there. How we doing? How we doing, fellas? How we feeling today? We doing good? We doing good? 4:20 p.m. Still at work. Good afternoon from New York. Welcome, welcome one and all. Today we're gonna be doing some interesting stuff. So, after having taken some time and written a whole bunch, I think I kind of figured it out. I think I kind of pieced everything together. I got some information from multiple people and kind of put everything together. It also helped that I was listening to the Superman soundtrack, and that shit is so fucking peak. It's so motivational. It's so motivational. It makes me want to fucking cry. So, why did Chizuru kiss Kazuya? Now, I'll tell you right now, this is going to end up being a video. This is going to end up being a video. I already made a thumbnail for it. Let me show you guys the thumbnail. I feel like it turned out pretty good. Oh, wait. Let me make sure I move this. We don't want this there. So, okay, this is the thumbnail. This is the thumbnail. At least I think it's going to be the thumbnail. We'll see. So, why did Chizuru kiss Kazuya? Let's get into it. Let me read you guys what I wrote. Hello, Verkez. See, for anyone who's like randomly wondering, hey, are Verkez and Johan the same fucking person? Here he is in chat. We're randomly talking. The amount of haters calling her a snake and potentially keeping a client is disgusting. Yeah, they're idiots. They are idiots. So, first things first. Not that one. Wait a sec. There we go. So I'm gonna read this first. We're gonna start with this. We're gonna start with this thing that I wrote, and I'm gonna expand on it with each subsequent one. Following like each everything I've read essentially pieces all together. Almost everything I've written pieces all together, and it creates a grander picture that you can kind of understand what was going on in this chapter. So I'm gonna piece all of these different things that I wrote into one thing, and it's gonna be this big video. And now you're gonna understand why we ended up where we did, why Chizuru kissed him. Now, let's start. I love you. Words that were not said but felt. Chizuru didn't need to say it here. The kiss said it all. There's no other reason to kiss Kazuya here. There's no other reason to kiss Kazuya here other than love. No family, no friends, and no enemies. Only two lovers. Well, let's add one more thing. No pressure. There are only two lovers and a cab driver. The kiss happened because Kazuya reminded Chizuru of that night, that he will keep his promise, that he will always love her, and that persevering love was her green light. Just as the kiss is the green light for him to come home, to come back, to live here, she fell in love. But let's expand on this for a second. Let's expand on this idea for just a second. Let me pull up another thing I wrote. Alrighty. Why did Chizuru kiss Kazuya in this chapter? Because he accepted all of her. When she told him, if I were you, I would hate someone like me, he said, you believed in me back then, so now I think it's my turn. This was just like Sayuri told him. Let's read what Sayuri wrote. I don't know if I can do that. Don't be silly. I know you can do it, Kazuya-kun. Oh, you think? I'm certain of it. Boy, maybe you're right. Simpleton, or easy to please. And the way I see it, Kazuya-kun, you're a lot stronger than her. Huh? Nobody's perfect out there. We lose our way. We make mistakes. We realize how weak and fragile we are. We fall to our knees. But every time we stand back up, striving for happiness, that's what all of us call life. I think being great means appreciating others even when you're feeling low. That kind of pure honesty. I say you know that well, Kazuya-kun. You're as great as they come. Chizuru is not quite as good as accepting her weaknesses. Chizuru is not quite as good at accepting her weaknesses. She works so hard to cover her faults with the suit of armor she calls her strong self. In that way, she's kind of a genius at acting. Everybody's lonely sometimes. A lot of people can hide it a lot of people can hide it. That's all. The way they use work or they use work or romance to fill in the hole in their heart. Hara. She's going to need someone to be able to accept her true self. So, please, please, take good care of Chizuru for me. What is Kazuya's response here? What does Kazuya say to Grandma Sayuri when she says this to him? She's shaking. Of course she is. Chizuru is family to her. It must be painful to feel like she can't help. You're Kazuya, yes? I can't. I just can't say some cliche like I'll always be there for her. That'd be too irresponsible. What I can say is, I love her. I love Chizuru more than I've ever loved anyone before. Those words are good enough for me. Now, what did Kazuya say in this chapter? I really meant what I said yesterday. I'll keep the promise that I made back then. And then Chizuru, for some reason, jumps in and kisses him. How does this all connect? His love persevered through pain, through rejection, through tragedy, even through death. He never gave up on her even at her worst. He literally carried her on his back when others would have left or even turned on her for being unable to find an answer, for rejecting them. And that was the answer. Love is about acceptance, forgiveness, and perseverance. Just as Chizuru's love for her family persevered, just as they accepted her for who she was, flaws and all. Who remembers this chapter? I talked about this chapter many times. When Chizuru cleans the grave, the perseverance of her love for her family. This is from chapter 202. Let's read what it says really quick. Chizuru sees a family. Happy family news. Yeah, it's our summer project. Our teacher told us to fill it up with happy moments with our families during the holidays. That's why I asked you to come today. I've got less to write about compared to everyone else. Oh, why's that? Well, I don't have a mom or a dad, so... You're right. You don't have a mom and you don't have a dad. No money either. The house is run down too. I didn't go that far. So, do you think that everyone with a mom and dad who lives in a fancy house is happy? Don't change the subject. That's not what I'm talking about. It's a physical problem. Oh? Then how is this for physical? Hey, wait. See, the doctor said that my heart's been going too quickly lately. Hey, stop, that tickles. But when I do this, I feel completely relaxed. My mom and dad, they died a long time ago too, you know. And yet I'm so happy. Why? Never forget, Chizuru, that changing the world around you isn't easy, but you have to make your own happiness. As long as you keep that in mind, they'll surely be drawn to you, anyone you'd want to have by your side. Okay. Just as Chizuru's love for her family persevered, just as they accepted her for who she was, flaws and all, and just as they forgave and loved her for no matter what, so did Kazuya. And in turn, so did she love herself and him. Chapter 380 showcases the complete acceptance of himself and Chizuru. Kazuya, in chapter 218, rejected his love for Chizuru. He tried to push it away, and in turn, he pushed himself away, so everything about him turned on him. And so the final moment here, where he says he will keep loving her, again, at a separation, at the end, highlights his acceptance and never-ending love for her. That last night was not a fluke or an act of kindness, but real, true love. When she truly felt accepted, even when she was acting stone-faced and distant, even when an ending was presented to him, he kept going. Okay. Let's talk about what happened here. I think Chizuru was unintentionally doing a test. Chizuru was unintentionally doing a test. She didn't, I don't think she was, I'm curious if it's intentional or unintentional. What do I mean by this? Kazuya embraces all of his love for Chizuru here. He steps out of the room, and Chizuru's there. He surprises her, and they're talking normally, and he gives her the key. She sees the fish keychain, and she hands it back to him. And she says, "You can have this." This is her wanting to give. She wants to give something. But Kazuya doesn't understand what's happening here. She's in shadows. She's hidden. Isn't Mizuhara acting a little too normal? It's as if everything yesterday never even happened. When we see her in her room, that's not what's going on. When we get to the next chapter, Chizuru is seemingly still acting normal. He makes a joke. She doesn't laugh. She keeps her stone look. It's like she's waiting for something. It's like she's not restraining herself. She's waiting for something. She's waiting for proof. She wants proof that last night wasn't a fluke. She wants proof that when presented with an end, he reaches the door and she opens it for him because he can't open it. She's literally guiding him to the end. Here's the end. I am presenting you an ending. You said you'd keep loving me. You said you wouldn't stop loving me. You said that this would keep persevering. So I'm going to present you an end. If what you said yesterday was true, if everything you said yesterday was true, you won't let it just end like that. That's why she gives the keychain. That's why she gives him the keychain. She wants to make it whole. She's giving clues. She's giving hints. And she wants him to act out of love and not fear. She wants to know for certain he's never just going to leave. That's what's happening here. This to me is what's happening here. So when he turns around and he says, "I really meant what I said yesterday. I'll keep that promise that I made back then." Literally just like her grandpa said, to keep promises. And it's a promise they made. I don't think it's an intentional test. It's not an intentional test. I think she's literally just waiting for... She's waiting to be proven... she's waiting for him to prove what he said. And Kazuya wasn't doing anything. He was just leaving. If what he said was true, why is he just leaving? You see what happened? It's not an intentional test. She's not intentionally testing him. She's waiting for the go-ahead. She's waiting for the green light. Chizuru wanted him to say this, or wanted to be given a green light, to be given a go-ahead. So she guides him out. She gives him an out, right? I'm going to keep going with what I said. I'm going to keep going with what I said yesterday. I'm going to stick to this. I don't like this, but I'm going to stick with it. This isn't what I want. She's not happy with it. We saw it last chapter. She's not happy with it. But she keeps going. She keeps playing the role that they set for themselves. What do you want to do, Kazuya? Do you want to break out of this role? He chooses to break out of this role. He makes a choice. He breaks out of the role. I'm going to leave, but I'll never stop, even as I am leaving. Literally, just like that night. He got rejected, turned down, he's not getting anything out of this, and he still keeps loving her. So here, he says again, as she acts stone-faced, cold, and guides him out of the house, doesn't react, doesn't emotionally try to stop him, or anything, he still chooses to love her. That was the answer. It's literally what I was talking about. Remember how this is a reference to the koi fish? How the date was called koi kagoro, which is like how, or I think I said it correctly. It's the fish that continues to persevere until it scales a waterfall, and once it does, the gods turn it into a golden dragon that represents perseverance, growth, and strength. She told him to give up on her. He told her he would keep waiting. They didn't resolve the disagreement. Chizuru didn't know what Kazuya had decided. It's not about that. It's not about that. It's not about dissolving. No. Let me just keep reading what I wrote. That's not the point. That's not the point. Okay. Kazuya was never going to walk out. He was never going to leave. As he left through the door, she literally opened, he would stay. Even as he left through the door, she literally opened, he would stay. Even when turned down, handed the keys in, and escorted out of the house, he will keep loving. He doesn't force her like Umi did. Umi forces her out of the house with him. You know, he uses a thing, he creates a scenario, he forces her out of the house with him, and he keeps trying to keep this thing going, even though he keeps getting told this is the end. Right? But he's forcing it. In contrast, Chizuru is presenting an end to Kazuya. He doesn't force her, but he keeps telling her, even if this is the choice you made, I will keep choosing love regardless. His unwillingness to choose anything but love, that his love will outshine his fear, transcend any barriers they had, it reaches the core of Chizuru. Just as her kiss said everything without saying a word, so did his choice. She didn't just see a dream, she saw the future for certain. This is it. It's not that Kazuya will always wait for her. It's that he will never, ever turn on her, give up on her, or leave. He will always try to talk it out. He will always stay with her and share a bond with her, only her. She is his literal world. That's what his words said here. He didn't need to say any of the other stuff. His choice to keep loving her, even at the end of their life together, conveyed all of this as in a simple promise. I will wait as long as it takes, no matter what, until the very end. There is no greater expression of love one can give. He didn't just mirror Katsuhito, he transcended him. He was once a stranger, and now he isn't just family, he is a partner for life. Not simply someone who supports her dream and makes her believe, but literally someone who weaves the dreams and stories into life itself. Kazuya will always be there for Chizuru. He will never leave, never abandon, never give up, never hurt her. He will accept everything about her. He makes her feel like she is in a story, shattering the line between fiction and truth, of dreams and reality, of life and death. That night didn't just change everything, it raised the curtain for Chizuru's stage, like a film. Like the film. He set the stage and allowed her to act out the story she wanted and hoped for, made impossible dreams come true, rewarded her efforts, and reciprocated her feelings. Now and forever. I kind of think that if I fall in love with someone, I'd want to stay a couple with them. I'd want to be with them forever. He went even further beyond. Yeah. That's literally it. Remember what he said here? I'll be waiting until you feel you love me. I'll be waiting. Katsuhito, it's a promise, Chizuru. Just like her grandpa made her a promise, and that promise came true. Kazuya makes her a promise here. It's literally like this scene. I'll show you. But it's up to you to decide. Don't push yourself to do it. Can we really do it? Huh? I don't want to waste the time I have left. If you'll give up in the middle of it, if you can't do it, I want you to say it now. I can do it. I'll show you. I'll do it. I'll do it. And definitely until the end, no matter what. Whenever I was with him, it felt like I was inside of a story. That's what he did. This is what Kazuya did. They didn't resolve any disagreements. This wasn't about resolving any disagreements. Nothing was inherently resolved. Chizuru just realized, this is the love of my life. This is it. He is the one. It doesn't matter if we don't understand each other. It doesn't matter if we are not seeing things clearly. He will stick around no matter what. It transcended the arguments, the misunderstandings, everything. That single moment, this single action from Kazuya transcended everything because they resolved nothing. And that was the point. Despite having no resolution, despite being rejected, despite having no clarity on what the fuck is going on, he still chose this. He still chose to keep loving her. He still chose to never abandon her and always keep loving her as he's literally leaving the house and about to leave on the taxi. Unlike Umi, who says, I want to keep loving you because this will end, and you see Chizuru's reaction, which is, yeah, it's ending. Chizuru's reaction is the complete reverse here. He chose to keep loving no matter what. He chose to keep loving despite the rejection. He chose to keep loving despite the fact that he doesn't even know what the fuck is going on. That's the answer. That was the point. That gave her everything she needed to know. He doesn't even know what's going on, and he still chooses to love her. He transcended every fucking barrier there could ever possibly be and chose this in the end. That's what Chizuru loves. He literally made what Sayuri said come true. He accepted her. He accepted every part of Chizuru. That night changed everything. And Kazuya proved that night changed everything. And that's why when they kiss, it's in shadows. Whereas when they kissed in Hawaiians, it's in light. The events are reversed. The night, the secrets, all of the bad stuff, all of the things that were hidden, and all of the things that started the very nature of this entire arc, the secrets, the hiding stuff, all that stuff, their relationship, their love, his love, their love transcended all of that. And that's what this was. Overcoming all of the difficulties that were presented to the characters at the very start of this date. When we first started this date, it started like a horror film. The fear of love. This is what this is. The fear of love. That the pain that love can cause, the way love can separate us, the way that all of this stuff that's pouring down might stop Kazuya. All of this fear, all of this other stuff that could possibly get in the way might stop him from loving her. What was Chizuru afraid of? What was Chizuru afraid of when she went to play here, let's pull it up. This also happens to be the same chapter. A girl doing full swings at a batting cage probably doesn't look very cute. I want you to think I'm cute. What does she say here? I don't understand why Mini-chan would say that, but can I live up to his expectations? I really don't know how I feel about that. I can't make up my mind. Of course I want to go back. Of course I want to go because it was him who asked. But does that make it love? What should I tell Ruka-chan? I don't think I'm completely innocent or anything, but will this really work out if I start dating him before I understand my feelings? Besides, what if this date doesn't go well? What if he loses feelings for me? He never lost feelings for her. His feelings persevered no matter fucking what. He just kept loving her no matter what. All of her fears came true. All of Kazuya's fears came true. Every single fear that could possibly happen came true. It was told to you from the start. The date starts with fear. It starts as a horror film. The thing they do before the very last thing is a horror house. It is the most important part. Their fear overrides all of their love in that moment. Right? It overrides everything. They reach out for love because they're afraid. Right? But everything about that date didn't go as planned at all. They were completely out of sync. Everything that could possibly go wrong in that date did go wrong. Every single thing that could have possibly gone wrong went wrong in that date. And their love persevered anyway. It kept going anyway. And to top it off, no one was there to help. Not a single person was there to help them. And it still kept going. Nobody lifted them up. Nobody could carry them out of this. They had to do it. It had to be their choice. They had to choose. And Kazuya chose to still keep loving her. No one saved him. No one saved her. Nobody ever showed up. They still persevered through it. They still kept going, and that told Chizuru everything she needed to know. This will fucking last. This will not fucking end. This will last. This is it. I love him. That I'm going to risk it all. I don't care anymore. This is it. He's the one. That was the point. That was the point. A lonely battle faced alone. And Kazuya proved it. In chapter 344, what did Kazuya say? But this feeling is the one thing that never changes. My feelings for mommy changed. I thought I would react differently. I thought things would go differently with mommy. I thought there would still be something here. There wasn't. But this feeling that I have for her never changed. It never went away. A lonely battle challenge accepted. I can't rely on Yamori-san on the actual date. First, there it is. Nobody's here to help you. For starters, I even relied on Mizuhara the whole time. Even Chizuru isn't going to help you, and she doesn't. She helps him in the date, but in that final moment, she's not helping him. She walks him out through the door, but it's not assistance. It's framed as assistance. She wants to give him something, but she's literally guiding him to the end. To get me through my hardships with Mami-chan, I'll show her how much I've grown. I have to. I have to learn how to love on my own. And he says it out loud. That was the answer. He showed her he could keep loving her on his own no matter what. Absolute grit and perseverance. Complete acceptance. Literally powered through everything. And still chose to love. That's the answer. That's why she kissed him. He literally proved he will never, ever turn on her or ever stop loving her. He can do it. He can power through everything. He doesn't even know what's going on. He doesn't have the answers. He doesn't know anything. He will still keep choosing love. That is absolute trust. He trusts her with his fucking life. He trusts her no matter fucking what. Absolute fucking trust. I will literally never turn on you. You will always be my goddamn world. You mean that much to me. He said all of this in just that small promise. That tiny promise. He said all of this. That's why. That's why she kissed him. He accepted her completely. He trusts her completely. His love for her will literally never fade. He will never betray her. He answered every single question. In that choice, he answered every single question she asked him. He answered every single question she asked him. What were Chizuru's questions? Let's go through them. What were Chizuru's questions? How many kids do you want? He doesn't give her a clear answer, but he tells her, no, what you feel is great. But when he accepts her in this chapter, I will give you everything you want. I will keep loving you, even if we don't agree on this. Next question. Cheating. When do you consider cheating? I will literally never cheat on you. And we can talk it through and figure it out. I will literally never cheat on you. My love for you will continue to persevere no matter what. What else we got? The big one. Can you tell me why you're able to say that you love me? Because my feelings for you will never fucking go away. I will accept everything about you. No matter what, you are the one. What was Kazuya's answer in his mind? I love her because I love her. I can't overlook any of it. I love her silky hair, her chest, her perfect legs, her shoulders when she was shaking back then, her eyes, so she's so gentle to other people, but deep down she's incredibly strict with herself. She's a rental girlfriend, yet she's really innocent when it comes to love. Her lips, her voice. Even as I stand here, the real me inside of me is wanting to hug you so tightly. I don't have any doubts about how I feel about you, and he proved that without a shadow of a doubt. In proving how he feels about her, he proved to her that she's in love. Do I look weird? You never look weird. Do you say that kind of stuff to Ruka-chan too? No. Only you. I'm not saying that I dislike it or anything. I'd rather be someone who can give lots of love to rather than someone who takes all of it. I will keep loving you no matter what, and you can give me as much love as you want. It does not matter. You can give me as much love as you want, because my love will never end. Even if you don't think you can give me as much love as you want, I will still keep loving you. Even then. Every single fear, insecurity, doubt, anything she felt, I am here for you, no matter fucking what. He changed the entire date. He flipped the entire date on its goddamn head. He literally proved to her, you can literally do whatever. I will always side with you. You could literally do whatever. I will always side with you. I will never ever stop loving you. And he proved that without a shadow of a doubt. In that instance. That simple piece of dialogue. Not selfish, not anything. Literally just, this is how I feel and it's never gonna change. Not being selfish like Umi, where he's like, oh, this is gonna end. I want to keep loving you. I'm going to take away your choice because it's going to hurt me and it's going to take this away from me. Kazuya is like, no matter what you say to me, I will keep loving you. No matter if you reject me, I will keep loving you. He literally proved himself superior to Umi in every conceivable way. Literally, in every conceivable way, he proved himself superior. And that he was the right pick all along. Like, bro. Every doubt, every single thing she ever felt and wasn't sure about, he proved he would always be on her side. Literally, absolute king shit. Absolute king shit. Kazuya? Damn, dude. Oh my god. In a sense, does that mean she gave Kazuya a bullshit test to see if he would prove himself right? No. It wasn't a test. It wasn't a conscious test. And if it was a conscious test, then it was a risk she was willing to take. Because it would prove her right. If Kazuya knows it's a test, and he turns on her, then she was right. Right? That was Chizuru's biggest fear. That it would change. In a sense, even if it was a test, her answer still stands true. He would literally never turn on her. So even if she's actually doing a test here, and we may not like that, Kazuya was going to succeed anyway. That was the point. Now, I don't know if it was an intentional test. Chizuru may say it is. Chizuru may say it's not. I don't think it was completely intentional. It was not a bullshit test. That was Chizuru following that she thinks she's right, and Kazuya disrupts all of that. I think, personally, I don't think it was a test. I think it was a subconscious test. She wasn't aware she was doing this. Personally, in my opinion. I don't think she was aware she was doing this. But she wanted him to do something. She wanted him to do something. She was essentially asking a question without asking a question. That's what she was doing. She was asking a question, not doing a test. She was just asking a question. And that question was simply, you said that you would never stop loving me. So why are you leaving? Why are you just giving me the key back? Why are you just changing everything even though you said you would never stop loving me? Why are you just giving up? It looks like Kazuya is giving up. That's what looks like what was happening. And Kazuya keeps trying to get an out of her, some sort of reaction, something, right? Remember what Kazuya thinks? What does Kazuya imagine? I won't go as far as to hope that she'll stop me from leaving. Please don't go. Let's get married. You were never going to get this out. He wants an out. He wants an easy solution. Kazuya was never going to get an easy solution here. That was never ever going to happen. He needs to face the pain and the struggle head on and make a choice. And he did. And because he did, he became the dragon, right? He transformed. He got what he wanted, right? He faced the adversity that he was not able to face in the date. He faced it all tenfold, right? I would argue this is 10 times more powerful than what he did in the date. In the date, he was just being asked questions, and he was too afraid to answer these questions. And because he couldn't answer the questions, because he couldn't act, because he couldn't make a choice, everything went wrong. That was all fundamentally built on a misunderstanding, right? And that misunderstanding was the investigation. And the investigation represented Kazuya's fears, right? It represented Kazuya's fears that everything would go wrong. And the moment he was faced with his fears, the fear of love, the moment the fears all came true, he was still okay. His love still persevered. He didn't get mad at her. He didn't lose it. If anything, he started loving her more because he understood what happened. And because of this, when presented with that fear again, it's the same scenario again. He's presented with the same exact fear, with another ending, again. He chose different. Because now he saw the fear full front, and he was okay. And he's not afraid anymore. Right? This entire sequence is the date condensed into 2 chapters. This entire sequence is the date condensed into 2 chapters. Everything in that date encapsulated into a little microcosm of fear. And it was presented to him. And he chose love instead. I'm not going to let fear decide how I feel. I'm going to say what I want. I'm going to be honest. The light literally shines on him. He glows. And it proves Chizuru right. It wasn't a bullshit test. She's not doing a bullshit test. This is literally a fear Chizuru had. And he told her, you don't need to be afraid. I'll always keep loving you. Every single fear, every single doubt, every single thing she was afraid of in that date, he said, don't worry about it. I got you. I'll always be there. I'll always show up. I'll always be there when you need me. If you're hurt, I'll lift you up. If you're down, I'm there for you. I'll carry you on my back. It wasn't a bullshit test. Do you bitches know how to fucking listen? Are you illiterate? I keep telling you it's not a bullshit test. Jesus Christ. Y'all are stupid. I'm sorry. Y'all are stupid. Are you kidding me? I keep telling you it wasn't a test. It wasn't a test. This was a subconscious test. Chizuru wasn't going to change this outcome. She's sticking... Look, let me spell it out for you. Chizuru... I'm not illiterate. I'm just autistic. Sorry, that got me. That got me to calm down. That's funny. Look, Chizuru was not giving Kazuya a test. It wasn't a test. It was closer to a subconscious test. It was closer to a subconscious test, okay? It wasn't an actual test. Rather, it was exactly the fear of that date. Chizuru said, you can't keep loving me. Kazuya said, I'm going to keep loving you. He said for just a little longer. And then he also says forever. So, in this instance, Chizuru is sticking to her word. Okay? She wants to change this outcome, but she's not going to. She's sticking to her word. If you're going to leave, leave. That's okay. That's what was decided. I don't like this outcome. She's rejecting this outcome. She doesn't want it. But she's going to keep going with it. Okay? That's what's happening. I'm going to keep going with this outcome even though I don't want it. If you want it to change, you have to make that choice. It is your choice to change this outcome, not mine. It is your choice to change this outcome. If you want to stay, tell me you want to stay. If you want to keep loving me, tell me you want to keep loving me. Say it one last time. Prove what you said last night is real. And you weren't just saying that because I was hurt. Right? I'm not hurt anymore. I'm okay. Say what you want. Damn it, Kazuya, say what you fucking want. That's the point of this scene. Say what you want. What do you want? What does Kazuya not do in the entire fucking date? He never says what he wants. Not a single time. He says it like once. He says it like once. It was once. Other than that, he never says what he wants. What do you want? Tell me what you want so I can give it to you. Tell me what you want so I can give it to you. He finally says it. He says he will keep that promise. He will never stop loving her. He will wait as long as it takes. You don't need to wait anymore. That was the point. Well, if the parallels of the current manga arc and the season 4 arc come to hand in hand with each other, does that mean next episode manga captor Ruka being dealt with? No. This is a mirror but inversion of Hawaiians. It is not the same as Hawaiians. Don't play it out like it's literally the same. For instance, this chapter connects directly to the the chapter 179. Where Chizuru literally says, if I love someone, I would want to stay by their side. I would always stay with them forever. Okay? It parallels that. However, the night, when they're walking together, is closer to that than this one, which was 2 chapters ago. This was the answer to the night. This was the answer to that same night. It doesn't mean it's just going to be a direct parallel. Hawaiians was the bad ending. This arc is the good ending. Kinda. Yeah. Regardless. That was the point. It wasn't a bullshit test. Please, God, don't say that shit, okay? She wasn't just magically testing him. It was just all of her fears literally manifesting, and he told her you don't need to be afraid anymore. That's what Kazuya did in just this moment. I agree on that take with Chizuru as well. She didn't stop him from leaving. If he wants to leave, he can leave. If he said he wants to stay, she should let him stay. Yeah. Say what you want, Kazuya. Yeah. Chizuru does not play 4D chess. That's not what she was doing. She was just going with what she said. Right? If you want to leave, you can leave. I'm not going to stop you. She literally opens the door for him. You're struggling to leave. I'll open the door. I'll help you out. Here is the exit. I'll help you to the exit. If that is what you choose, that is your choice. If that is what you want, I will go along with that. I want to give you something. If this is what you want, this is what I'll do. This is why she stares at him here. It looks like this is it. That's his choice. He made his choice. If this is what he wants, then okay. He chooses different. Yeah, I'm leaving, but my heart isn't leaving. Chizuru would probably do anything for him if he asked. He never asked anything of her. True. He never asked anything of her. And because Kazuya never asked anything, she's like, okay, I'll just do what you want. The entire date, what is she doing? She's doing what he wants. She's literally just doing what he wants the entire date. She wants to give him something. She gives him the keychain because it was supposed to be a gift. She helps him out through the door because he's struggling through the door. She wants to give him something. And he literally tells her, one last time, I'm never going to stop loving you. No matter what, I'll keep that promise. And I'll wait as long as you feel you're ready to love me. And she felt ready in that moment. That's why she kisses him. That's why it happens. That's why you don't see her face. She gave him what he wanted. It wasn't so much intentionally impulsive due to his... Are you saying like she... No, this wasn't so much impulsive as I can finally give him what he wants. I can tell the taxi driver to go because he got in the car. I agree with you, but then why does she tell him the taxi driver to go? He got in the car. Now you can go. Right? I'm not going to stop you from driving this car away. You can go. If you still want to move, right? She doesn't stop him from moving. If your choice is still to move away, that is okay too. If you choose to love me and you still want to move away, that's perfectly fine too. This is also in some ways another challenge to Kazuya. This is in some ways another challenge to Kazuya. Not from Chizuru. She's not challenging him. Right? Kazuya is still leaving. He is in the car and he is leaving. That's why she says you can go now. He got in the car still. He didn't stay. He got in the car. But he told her what he wanted. He told her he's never going to stop and he'll always keep going after her. He's never going to give up on her. And that was what she gives him. But she doesn't stop him from leaving. If he wants to come back, great. Come back. I'll give you that too. That's what she's saying. If you can leave, I'm not going to stop you from leaving, even after kissing you. But if you want to come back, you can come back. You're welcome back. This is her telling him, you can come back. I love you too. There you go. I love you too. You can come back. But she doesn't stop him from leaving. That's why she lets him go. It's literally, if you love someone, be okay with letting them go. And as she lets him go, he actually came closer. In letting him go, he's actually going to come back. She's sending him off. It's a couple things. She kissed him if he would come back. Yeah, she kissed him as if he would come back. You could argue she told him to come back by kissing him. Yeah. Okay, I'm ready. She's saying, I'm ready. That's what she's saying. She's saying, I'm ready. Intentionally, as in Kazuya feelings being expressed in the final moment before separating, invoked her desires. Not just her desires, it proved her love to her. Kazuya needs to go back and have some sex. Oh yeah, he's definitely going back. Kazuya has to go the fuck back. Hey, and I hope you don't mind me asking, Reddit, what do you think about your earlier today? I think you gave a good breath of positivity this series needs. What's the question? What they think about you earlier? Oh, what does Reddit think about me? What does Reddit think about me? Someone sent me the post, but I didn't read it. Someone sent me the post, but I never read it. I was too busy writing. I was literally too busy popping the fuck off and writing. I didn't even read what people said. I'm sorry. I don't know what they said. Okay. So if Kazuya wanted to go back now, he could basically stop the taxi and go back. Maybe that's what will happen in the next chapter. My bet, I've said it already, my bet for next chapter, Kazuya goes to Royal Hills, and at 4 o'clock, the hour of death, he chooses to end his life there in Royal Hills, and he moves in with Chizuru. Remember what we said about chapter 362, I believe. What do we see in the opening of chapter 362? Kazuya's name is still here. Chizuru's name is gone. You could think of it as the perseverance of Kazuya here. But I actually think it means Kazuya still has not left Royal Hills. He's still there. Chizuru's already left this place. Kazuya needs to leave here. Kazuya needs to end his life in this place and move to Chizuru's home. He needs to end that life so he can start a new life. And let me add more to this. This is their 4th kiss. The kiss of death. In a car where, what is it? He is in a rental car. He is in a rental car. He is in a car, and she kisses, and she gives him their 4th kiss. As in, the death of rental and the beginning of something real. What was the volume that just released? What is the volume we just got? Volume 41. What did I tell you about volume 41? 4, Chizuru's room number 4, the number of death, and 1, Ichi no Se. Their 4th kiss, when volume 4 comes out on the 8th anniversary. And 8 happens to be the number of growth. Eight literally. So for those who are new, you don't know what the fuck I'm talking about. Numbers in Japanese have certain ways they're written, certain ways they're presented, certain ways that they're said that can sound or look like other things. For instance, Chizuru number 4 can be read like the word for death. So in Japan, it's often associated to death. That's the whole point. Reiji puts this number on Chizuru's room for a very specific reason. Her life is literally surrounded by death and abandonment. Like literally, everybody fucking dies. Her mom dies, her grandpa dies, her grandmother dies, her father fucking leaves. Literally, everybody in her life is fucking dead. Even her relationships die. Right? And here, this chapter, this volume, is the embodiment of Chizuru. It is the complete embodiment of Chizuru. That is the point of this cover. It's literally blue and red. Like 2 choices. And Kazuya chooses both. Right? Kazuya chooses both. Not one or the other, he chooses both. In that same way, Chizuru kissing Kazuya, the kiss of death, if you will, is the end of the rental relationship. It's the end of the rental relationship. That is it. That relationship is over. This is what this kiss did. It killed the rental relationship. Now, Kazuya got this kiss at 3 o'clock. 3 and 4. It's literally his number. Right? He got a kiss from Chizuru, their 4th kiss, on the 3rd hour. Now he goes back home, and at 4 o'clock, he has to, that will be the end of that relationship with that place, with that castle. It'll be the end of that relationship, right? So Kazuya here will have to make another choice. Will he move into his new place, or will he go and live with Chizuru? Will he commit like Chizuru? Will he move all of his stuff into her home and show how fucking committed he is? I am settling in here. I am committed to you. Another choice presents itself. What are you going to choose? See what I mean? That literally will be another answer. That's my other choice. I am fully committed to you. I do think that money from the bank was a wedding fund. Seeing that kid mini chapter helped with that. Yeah, I kind of think so too. It's quite a possibility. But why did she go? That's the question, right? Like what? She just brought that money with that wedding fund with her? That's a little weird. Wouldn't it be indiscreet for him to show up with the things at Chizuru's house? That's the risk. Wouldn't that be inconsiderate? That's the risk. Be a little inconsiderate. Don't you want to be with her? Don't you want to be with her? What's the choice? What's the choice? Right? What do you want, Kazuya? Make a fucking choice. I keep telling you, the entire theme of this arc. What do you want? What do you fucking want? Do it. Act on what you want. I think he'll move to his new apartment and show up later. So you want Kazuya to put the ring on the wrong finger during the proposal. Kazuya can literally do whatever he wants. Correct. So why choose the option you don't like? He's been given the ultimate green light. Why do the option you don't like? Move into her home, dude. There's already a room for you. There's already a place for you. 1 kiss is a accident, twice is a coincidence, 3 is a pattern, 4 would be make a deliberate choice. Yeah. Kazuya should move. Bro, why would you call the next time return to the castle if he was not planning to come back here? Why? Why give us a chapter where Chizuru moves all of her stuff into the home, and it happened to be chapter 274? There's the fucking 4 again. Are you shitting me? Kazuya does not want to move away. He literally says he doesn't want to. He wants to stay. Okay. You've been given the go-ahead to stay. Why would you leave? Dude. I actually would be kind of baffled if Kazuya chooses not to stay. I would be pretty fucking baffled. Like, actually mind fucking blown. What the fuck? How do you not stay? What do you mean? I think that's a pretty high bet. I'm willing to bet. 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 Are you kidding? Bet. Literally, bet. Literally, that's the point. That's the point. Stop thinking like you were thinking before. That's what he's saying. That's the point of this scene. Stop thinking like you were thinking before. Make a new choice. One sec. I'll be right back. BRB. Something's come up. Sorry about that. I had a call. He's gone. Mommy post. What the fuck? What do you think his approach for staying would be, though? I want to stay. He comes home and says, I want to stay. I want to move in here. Is that a problem? Am I causing you a problem? Asks her, what do you want? This is what I want. Is that okay with you? This is what I want. Is this okay with you? What is that? Consent. Is that okay with you? Can I move in with you? I want to stay with you. Kazuya has to say it. Kazuya has to want it. Chizuru wants him to stay. She made it crystal clear. I want you to stay. That kiss says 1,000 words. I want you to stay. Kazuya has to want it. That's why she lets him go. Kazuya has to want it. He has to want to stay. So if Kazuya shows up and says, I want to stay, is that okay with you? Maybe he'll call her before bringing his stuff. That could work too. But he has to want to stay. That's the big thing. His approach would literally just be showing back up because Chizuru unlocked the other gate right before he left. Yeah, will he step out of the car and ask? Will he call her? Or will he just bring all of his stuff and ask then? Any of those work, right? Any of those work perfectly fine, but it has to be a choice, right? So, first off, he already called the taxi, right? He already called the taxi, so might as well go. Get to your destination. So I'm just thinking purely logic, right? Just pure logic here. Get to your destination. You already called the taxi. You don't got to pay for more. Get all the stuff you need and come back. What could happen is Chizuru could try to help him pay for shit. Right? Kazuya has to be okay with being part of this relationship. Okay with asking things of her. And there's no problem. That's all she wants. Asks me things. Want things from me. I want to give you. She literally told him, I want to be someone who can give. Ask me things from me. Let me give you something. That's literally what she's saying. And so when he says here, I'll keep waiting, I'll keep this promise. Okay, you want something there. I can give it to you. I want to give you this. It's literally Chizuru realizing what she wants is to give. So she's giving him. I don't want to make the bet that he will move back to Chizuru's house immediately. Not because I don't believe it, but because I don't want my prediction to not be right. I'm ready to... I am taking my bets now. I've been landing my predictions pretty well lately. I've been like predicting things without realizing it lately. I'm taking the bet. Oh, I got some hype fucking music right now. Let's go. Literally, I'm taking this bet. I'm taking this fucking bet. My imagination is running wild here. He shows up like a boss with his stuff and says, I've been waiting for you. And she says, I've been waiting for you. Bro, peak. Maybe he'll call her before. Yeah, we already said this. Just one question. Did Kazuya sign the contract with the new apartment? Chizuru probably prepared money to pay the cancellation charges for Kazuya. Peak. Yo, if that's what it is, actually peak. If that's what it is, actually peak. He would just show up if Chizuru sends him away. He can still bring the stuff to the new place. He still needs to get his stuff anyway. Yeah, that's the idea. He still needs to get his stuff anyway, so don't get out of the car. Just commit to leaving and then come back. Faye, I'm live in TikTok. Can you say hello? Hi. Hello. So reverse psychology prediction to get the right outcome. You really want this genius. That is good, right? That is good. If Kazuya just brought the moving truck with all his stuff, ask can I come back instead of answering him. She holds up to open the door. Whew. Doing favors for people doesn't increase a report, so valid point. Report. What is that word? I had to look up the opposite of fiction earlier because I didn't want to use reality twice. Report. A close and harmonious relationship in which people can groups concern, understand each other's feelings or ideas, and communicate well. Yep. This is the start of that. This is the start of properly communicating. Johann Fate, go play the lottery. No. Lottery's for fucking fools. Lottery's for fools, dude. Hell no. I got nothing to get from that. This is my goddamn lottery. I don't have to spend a dime. The only thing I'm spending, $1 a week. That's all I'm spending. That's my only lottery. I don't play gotchas. I don't play lotteries. I don't spin machines. I bet on love. I said that he should do it, but I carefully said that I wasn't sure if he was bold enough to do it. Someone clip me. Do it. Cook the shit out of me if I'm wrong. Do it. Burn me. Ooh, Kazuya to Chizuru, I'm home. Play the most epic theme. If I bet you on love, I'd strike out luck. Hey, if it helps, I'm not dating anyone right now. It's been a while since I dated anybody, so there you go. If that helps. You're not really beating me on that department. I'm just choosing like a different kind of love, if you will. Tadaima. Ah. Okay. So let me keep reading what I wrote. Because I wrote a few different things, actually. So let me get into those. The walk home in chapter 383 changed everything. Chizuru truly understands her feelings then, and she was hoping Kazuya felt the same. She was stone-faced because he was. She wanted him to tell her again so she could act. She wanted to do something, but didn't know what. And this is it. He told her what she could do. This is intentionally a parallel between Kazuya and Umi here. Whereas Umi says how much Chizuru means to him, Kazuya shows it. His eyes are open. He faces her head on. He says what he truly feels without a mask or acts. He doesn't run. Kazuya's love does not end. What does Umi do here? He's running away. That's why Chizuru never fell in love with Umi because he never faced these conflicts head on. He never actually showed he cared for her seriously. He created scenarios and conveniences and lies to conveniently get closer to her, but he never actually supported and was there for Chizuru. He seemingly loves her, but that love will probably end, just as his love for all these other women around him seemingly ends. So yeah, maybe Chizuru means something to Umi, but not that way. Kazuya's literally does not end, right? Whereas Kazuya is glowing in light, his eyes open, facing her head on, literally carrying weight in his hands. And he says, all this stuff that was like on top of my shoulders, I'll carry it again. I'll do it again. What did I say here? Chizuru opens the door for Kazuya as he is walking out. This matches the kiss. This is the reverse of that. Or if anything, it's identical to it. She's doing what he wants. She's going with what he wants. She's giving him what he wants. So, Chizuru opening the door is the same as Chizuru giving him the kiss. She's just giving him what he wants. She opened the door for him to come back, just as he opened the door for her to give him love. That was the point of the keychain, to connect it again. The point of this keychain? Let's put it back together. I'm giving you this. If you want the other one, tell me. We can put it back together. To make it whole, if their bond perseveres, if they keep going, if they can power through this. It's also super fitting that Chizuru's grandpa also drove a taxi. So Kazuya getting in one and Chizuru kissing him there is perfect. The panel and movement is brilliant too. First from the outside of the cab, from the back and the side, and then inside the cab. It's literally like a film. It's so innocent and adorable. They feel and look just like a young couple in love. Chizuru's eyes closed because she's dreaming, literally flying in the sky. Kazuya's eyes open because he sees her, realizing he is and always has been in that dream all along. The taxi driver asks if Kazuya, actually wait, let's hold off on this one. I want to read something else. I want to read just something else. I wrote something about this idea of dreams. Where is it? Where is it? Right here. Dreamers need realists to keep them alive, while pragmatists need idealists to inspire them. Kazuya creates stories so Chizuru can dream. Chizuru shows him the real world so he can live in it. Open his open eyes, seeing the reality in front of him. Closed eyes in a dream. I also want to point out something kind of awesome. I love how Chizuru's hair is a total mess. I love how let's look through the chapter. I love that Chizuru's hair in this shot is a total mess. From every perceivable angle, her hair is a mess. And that's the point. It's supposed to be a mess. He embraces her in all of the mess. She is beautiful even when she is a mess. He loves everything about her, even if she is a mess. And this is exactly the same thing in Hawaiians. In Hawaiians, when she kisses him, if I can find it. Where did I put it? When she kisses him in Hawaiians, again, hair is a mess. If we zoom into the actual images, what do you remember? Again, multiple different angles. And look at this. It's like she's wearing a crown, but the veil underneath is, look at this. It's a total mess. She's a total mess. And then when she talks, there's a bit more organization, but you can see she's still a mess. That's the idea. She's being accepted in all of her messiness. And that messiness doesn't matter. Now, remember, I talked about the parallels to Hawaiians. We can get into this shortly. It's literally like a film. It's I think I read this one. The taxi driver asks Kazuya if she is his girlfriend, and Kazuya says yes. That's the big, the big line of the end of it. It starts with a taxi and ends with a taxi. The opening page is a taxi, and the final page is also a taxi. Okay. Kazuya realizing they're truly both in love. The ending, that's actually a beginning. The light overhead illuminating a brighter path. Now, let's get into Hawaiians briefly. Why am I getting into Hawaiians right now? One thing I want to talk about in the previous post is how the current events at the current events are the events of Hawaiians inverted. I've said this before, we can delve into it shortly. Whereas Chizuru kisses Kazuya and says she's his girlfriend, here, Chizuru yet again kisses Kazuya, but Kazuya is the one who says she is. Kazuya is the one who answers she's my girlfriend. Last time, Chizuru says she's his girlfriend. After this happens, they separate. After this happens, as they're separating, they're going to reunite. Whereas the kiss was meant to unite them then, and ends up separating them due to outside factors, it now literally reunites them in the moment of separation. And there are no outside factors. No pressure, no people, nothing. It's just them. Yet again, a last-minute reversal, but now with no ambiguity, and with clarity as to why it happened. A lot of people are skeptical, but this is exactly when you're supposed to hope and believe. Reiji has challenged us to believe like Kazuya. Believe it won't end like this. Believe it won't end like before. This end is actually a beginning. I've said this many times in past posts. And here we are. It happened. No words need to be spoken from Chizuru. Her actions say it all. She doesn't need to explain to anyone. Her intentions are made crystal clear. This is I'm in love with you, or I love you, in everything but the words. Her silence speaks volumes, and when they reunite again, there won't be any lies, only truth. Horizontal, vertical. Also, I just realized what's happening with Chizuru here. 1 foot on the ground, 1 foot in the air, just like the walk home. Just like the walk home. 1 foot on the ground, 1 foot in the air. Partially dreaming, partially grounded. Living in this reality, but also living a dream. Goddamn. Now, for this one, I said this is the real lonely battle, the ability to love on his own, to support her with his own 2 feet, to lift her up when she's down, because that's what love is about. This is why the opening page reads, "The curtain rises, like the date truly begins now." So I told you guys, I read this before. This is why the events mirror each other in Hawaiians. Kazuya grabs Chizuru's hand to confess, not realizing he's making her feel cornered, and Chizuru leaves because she's trying to help him, but ultimately hurts him in the process. What does Kazuya do in this event? Who remembers what happens after this? Who remembers what happens after this? Kazuya gives up. Right? She thought she hurt him enough, and he gives up. But that's a misunderstanding. Kazuya didn't give up because she didn't love him. He thought she rejected him and that's it. And he wanted to let her be free and be happy. But now he's reached a point where he can't give up. So let's go back to that really quick. I think it's 2:19 when they meet up again. Do you remember what happens? So could you let Grandma keep her dream alive until then? He gave up. Sure, no problem. I'll do what you want. In this entire arc, in Hawaiians, what Chizuru's trying to do is to give Kazuya the choice. It's his choice. It is his choice. She wants him to have a choice. If his choice is to not be with her because it's too painful or he keeps getting hurt, then good. He should be happy. She doesn't want to hurt him anymore. So she says, sure, no problem. I'll keep your dream alive. And she doesn't want to trouble him anymore, so she doesn't mention mommy or anything. She carries this burden alone. She doesn't want to trouble him anymore. That's the sad misunderstanding that occurs here. That's the sad misunderstanding that occurs in this scene. She feels like she has to go it alone, and Kazuya does the one thing he didn't want to do, which is not be there for Chizuru. And in the end, they're challenged after having lost everything, and they still make that choice. But Chizuru doubts that choice because there's a lot of external factors, right? There's a lot of external factors that make them doubt their choices. Here, everything is reversed. Whereas here, Chizuru reaches out for Kazuya as if a plea for help. She's the one who stops him from leaving, desperately trying to reach him. But Kazuya doesn't see her. He doesn't see that Chizuru was hoping for him to do something here. Kazuya never catches it. Kazuya isn't here. Kazuya isn't present. And he becomes present after this point. He really becomes present after this point because he was rejected. Kazuya needed to be rejected to wake the fuck up because he was too lost in his own head. Kazuya was too lost in his own head. He needed to get out of his head. He's too stuck in there, and he's not present with her. He's not with Chizuru. Most of this day, Kazuya isn't so much with her. He's having an experience, yes, but he's not really with her. So that's the big fucking problem. And you see it clearly on her face. The distress is clearly Come on. The distress is clearly visible on her face, in contrast to Kazuya, who seems calm. The pattern evolves to Chizuru being cool, right? It slowly starts to mellow out. She goes from blushing like crazy, freaking out, to wondering about her love, being uncertain, and then determined. The pattern evolves to Chizuru being cool and under control, whereas Kazuya is panicked and flustered, like they are literally out of sync. Much like the chapter numbers and the arc are out of sync. 352, 1. 353, 2. All of them are out of sync. But Kazuya doesn't see her. He doesn't understand. He never responds. He never recognizes the romantic situation he is in. He just stands silently, making assumptions and being unsure, literally matching how her hand comes out of nowhere in this panel. He's so busy looking at his own hand, he never saw hers coming. He never saw how much she's trying to literally grab him the entire time. He's so busy looking at his own hand, he's not seeing her. And so when he gets rejected, he really has to finally see her. Why did that happen? Why did that happen? You were so busy looking at everything else, you never saw her. You never saw she was hurt. You never asked if she was okay. You never checked into any of that stuff, right? And that made Chizuru feel like Kazuya wouldn't really be there for her. It made her doubt everything she felt. Because Kazuya's feelings weren't appearing like he said they would be, right? He said, literally, this isn't Kazuya. The Kazuya on this date is Umi. Kazuya in this date is Umi. He's not Kazuya. And so it's super fitting that when they meet in chapter 382, we discovered this earlier. When they meet here in this park in chapter 382, guess what this place is called? Nakuno Ward Park. When the taxi shows up, it's called Nakuno Muzan or something like that. He's literally mirroring Umi because he wants to do what Umi does, not realizing Chizuru doesn't want Umi, she wants him. She wants him to be himself, not Umi. And so when Kazuya leaves this park with Chizuru, he put Umi behind him. He stepped out of Umi's shadow. He stopped being Umi and started being himself. This is when Kazuya stopped being Umi and started being himself. Right? He started really embracing what it means to be there for Chizuru. He stopped being this other person who he kept thinking could do the things he wanted to do. When in reality, Kazuya could do anything he wanted to do. Kazuya could do everything Umi wanted to do. Umi couldn't do anything on his own. He needed to orchestrate scenarios to get what he wants. He can't do it on his own. He doesn't have the fucking balls. Whereas Kazuya can do crazy shit. Who's on a date with Chizuru here? Kazuya, not Umi. Umi never got a fucking date with her. That never fucking happened. That outing, the one outing we see them together, right? We see them in 2 outings. Chapter 330 and 331, and then chapter 125 or something. The first one, he was only out with her because she needed his help to pick a gift for someone else. It's not even for him. The second one, he had to orchestrate a scenario where Chizuru owes him something so he can go on a date with her. And then literally tells her later, yeah, I was fucking lying. This is a date. I want you to go on a date with me. I want you to go out with me. I lied about everything. What the fuck? Right? That date is the reverse of rental dating. It's the reverse of how Kazuya and Chizuru met, by design. Umi, what does Kazuya say? Why do you get into these relationships if you're just lying and you're not serious about it? Umi faked the entire thing like a rental, like he's acting like her friend when in reality he's secretly interested in her. He faked that entire thing just so he could tell Chizuru later that this is actually a date. And he gets to throw around all these compliments and acts cool and does all these things, when in reality he was lying. He is the actor to her rental. He is literally the other side, the bad shit, right? And while Umi ultimately makes a good choice by the end of it to choose to still support Chizuru, it doesn't change the fact that he fucking lied the entire day. So while there is a truth underneath there, that he does seemingly care, that he's not a complete asshole, Umi's still a dick, and he's still manipulative and feels the need to create scenarios to get what he wants. He is manipulative. And that's not what Chizuru wants. She wants honesty. She wants trust. She feels she wants to be able to someone who will always side with her and never ever do shit like this to her. Will never lie to her to hurt her or to deceive her, to mislead her. That's why she wants Kazuya, not Umi. Because Umi, she feels no trust with Umi. You can't fucking trust him. There's no security with him. That's the problem. And with Kazuya, she feels safety, security. She feels like she lives in a dream. She feels like she can achieve amazing things. She feels like impossible dreams come true. Unrewarded efforts are rewarded, and unrequited feelings are reciprocated. So that intentional parallel here, where Kazuya in this date is Umi, and in so turn, Chizuru feels like she's not in love anymore, is the fucking point. Stop being Umi, be yourself, and you'll actually get what you want. Stop being other people, and you'll get what you want. In contrast, you have Chizuru trying to deny an aspect of her. This aspect of her that is similar to Ruka. Ruka touches Kazuya. She hugs him, she gets close, she wants to constantly touch him and do all these things. She constantly says what she wants. Chizuru doesn't know how to say what she wants, but she does want to touch. She wants to actively separate herself from Ruka. Whenever Kazuya compliments her, she constantly compares it to Ruka, and she says, I don't like that. I don't want to be like Ruka. The difference between Kazuya and Chizuru is this. Kazuya needed to stop being Umi. Chizuru needed to embrace her inner Ruka. Just accept the fact that you want to touch him and you want to engage with him. You're not bad for this, right? Only mommy told you you're bad for this. Only Ruka was only upset because you were seemingly taking something she perceived as hers when it wasn't. And in so doing, you were ignoring Kazuya's feelings. Act like Ruka, and you'll get what you want. That's why Reiji intentionally compares the 2 chapters where Kazuya is with Ruka with the entire date contrasted by these 2 chapters. We start the date with 2 chapters that are a date with Ruka, and we end this super long date with 2 chapters between Kazuya and Chizuru that's an extension of the entire date, and in fact acts as a microcosm of the entire thing. That's one of the biggest illusions of this arc. That's one of the massive illusions of this arc. There's two things that both of the characters deal with. Each of the characters has two different things they're dealing with. Kazuya is dealing with Mami and Umi. Chizuru is dealing with Rental and Ruka. That's the characters' two illusions. There's intentionally two because there's two of them. They have two different illusions they're constantly attacking. Chizuru's trying to find reality, the difference between reality and fiction, the difference between reality and Rental. Kazuya is trying to not lose his relationship like with Mami. A relationship that, wait for it, lasted a month, lived with her for a month, went on a big date where they're in a park, just like they went to a park, and then afterwards, at the end of the date, Mami kisses him, midway through the date, they talk about their feelings and they sort everything out, and then somehow, for some reason, Mami kisses him, and then right after this, they seemingly break up. What happens in this date? Kazuya goes on this date. They don't touch. They never touch like Mami touches him. In fact, you have a complete reenactment of a certain scene. Where is it? 369. Or no. Wrong one. 368. 368. Look at this scene. I'm going to pull up another one. Nope, not that one. Is it 11? No, not 11. 10. There we go. Right. They talk. It's hard to zoom in. They talk, and Mami holds his hands. And she says, let's go together, two newbies in love. I don't have any doubts either. Both of their eyes are closed. Both in this moment don't actually see Kazuya, but for two completely different reasons. Mami doesn't see Kazuya because she's looking to the past. She's looking away. Chizuru doesn't see Kazuya because he's not showing himself to her. She doesn't doubt his feelings, but she doesn't see them. She doesn't see Kazuya in this state. She knows he loves her, but she doesn't see Kazuya. And that Kazuya shows up later. And what do you know? This date does not end like the Mami date. It doesn't end with a kiss. The kiss comes the day after a rejection occurs. Because it did not play out like Mami, because it played out differently, because that seemingly strange encounter at night, that seemingly fated encounter that happens at night here, things play out differently. Things change. Chizuru completely sees him. And he doesn't end up in that scenario. Kazuya, in the entire date, is seemingly trying to avoid the breakup with Mami. That's why most of the questions Chizuru asks are relevant to Mami. Almost every question she asks, relevant to Mami. How many kids you want? Mami knows this, and she didn't like it. Are you going to cheat? Well, Mami thinks he's going out with Chizuru, and he's seemingly doesn't care about her, right? And then she kisses him, and he doesn't want to be unfaithful to Mami. Pretty interesting. Then, how can you say that you love me? Kazuya tries to show it to Mami at the beach. So there's an intentional parallel to Mami. Kazuya is trying to avoid the Mami scenario. He doesn't even realize he's doing this. And so what does he do? He acts distant, controlled. He constantly limits and gives controlled answers. Not honest answers, not realistic answer, like not honest answers to what he feels, realistic answers. Just like Umi. He's acting with fear, not with love. Chizuru, in contrast, is trying to find these answers. She's trying not to be Ruka, and she's trying to find the thing between rental and reality. She struggles to get these answers because she has to give them herself. Because Kazuya isn't helping her find these answers, right? So she's constantly struggling, and because Kazuya isn't helping her find these answers, she never finds her solution. But then Kazuya, in the end, does help her find the answers. When he stops being Umi, and when he stops looking back at Mami. It's this, and Chizuru, in turn, stops thinking about rental, and stops thinking about Ruka, and just does what she wants. Because she gets to hug him. She gets to feel physically close to him here. Right? That intimacy allows Chizuru some answers. This intimacy allows Chizuru some answers. She needed that intimacy. It gave her answers. Okay? Kazuya never does anything. Unlike Chizuru, Kazuya doesn't leave here, but he may as well have been gone. He's not present here at all. This is how Kazuya ran away from Chizuru when she wanted him to stay, just as Chizuru ran away when he wanted her to stay. In trying so hard to be this person that allows someone else to be happy, you actually hurt them. Kazuya is trying so hard to seemingly give Chizuru the answer she wants. In so doing, he gives her nothing she wants. Chizuru is trying so hard to give Kazuya a choice here in this entire arc. She's putting his happiness so ahead of her own that he doesn't get what he wants. There it is. Both of these situations occur in a perfect romantic spot, a church and a pier, both reversed in the most unexpected places. Isn't it super fitting that the last place where Kazuya is rejected, the sea is behind Chizuru? Umi is literally behind her. The sea is literally behind her. How fitting. How fitting. The sea is literally behind her when she rejects him because he's being Umi. He's not being Kazuya. So naturally, the water at the start of the chapter is literally present at the end of the chapter. It starts with rain and it comes back to the sea. What good is a sea? What good is the center of the sea to a paper crane? What the hell would that do for you? But a tree that creates peace and harmony? That's great. It shields you from the rain. It protects you from the water. It gives you guidance. It gives you safety. That's what Kazuya is. Umi's name means center of the sea. Chizuru's name means 1,000 paper cranes on a single current. Kazuya's name means peace and harmony shared under a tree. What good is the ocean? What good is the center of the ocean to a paper crane, to 1,000 paper cranes? What the fuck would they do there? They would eventually melt in the ocean because paper can't hold in an ocean. But paper cranes under a tree, protected from everything, they literally get to grow and blossom. They become part of nature. And what do you know? Trees literally control rivers. So Chizuru's last name actually works well with Kazuya's name. They complement each other. Kinoshita helps Ichinose. Both reversed in unexpected places. During the day, right? So a breakup happens at a church, and during the day, in front of everyone, everything is reversed. During the night, just as it began during the night. So, right, they begin at the day and they end in the day. They begin at night and they end at night. Both and completely alone. One is during the day in front of everyone, and the other is completely alone at night. The fonts are even in reverse colors. One is white to match the night. One is black to match the day. Look at these similarities. One is Chizuru's hands on Kazuya's face, her feet bare on the ground, her chest close to him, but not touching, the sweat on the floor. The other starts from the top. One starts from down, like literally one is grounded. One starts from Kazuya's face, to Chizuru's feet, to Chizuru's chest, then to the ground. The other is reversed. The other starts from the sky. Then it comes down to Chizuru's legs. Kazuya is holding her now, not Chizuru holding him. Chizuru's chest is touching him now. She's on his back. And now her feet are in the air. Just as in this chapter, when she kisses him, that same foot is in the air. It's the same exact foot. Or is it? Is it? I might be wrong. Let me double check. Let me make sure it's the right foot. It's the reverse foot, I think. It's the reverse foot. It's probably the reverse, isn't it? Damn it, it's the reversed foot. Yeah, both of her feet are in the air. This one is one that off. The hurt foot is on the ground. The other foot that's okay is up in the air. Reversed. Cool. Okay. Yeah, it's reversed. It's reversed. All right. So her hurt foot is on the ground. The other foot is in the air. Okay. She's not touching the floor. She's flying in the air. And like I said, two reversed events. One is Chizuru finally touching Kazuya, and one is Kazuya finally touching Chizuru. One is Chizuru saying she's Kazuya's girlfriend, only for them to separate after, and one is Chizuru having just rejected Kazuya, and yet they feel closer than ever. And now, in the end of this, they're back to normal. In fact, in the end of this, Kazuya says she's his girlfriend. Not her. Where's the blister? It's just gone. It's just gone. Right? Blister's just gone. Don't worry about it. It just disappeared. Right? It might get addressed in a future chapter or something, but I think right now it's not the focus. Yeah, I don't think you ever see it. Yeah, you never really see it. Magic blister. Yeah, pretty much. I'm not surprised, really. It's not like a massive deal. But yeah. And I wrote this, when did I write this? July 3rd. We're currently on the 16th. This is it. This is when it all changes. When Kazuya does what Chizuru did and reverses events. When he chooses to kiss her and despite the fear. Well, flip that, right? My analysis was correct. I just flip it, right? Kazuya uses his words. Chizuru uses her actions, right? When he chooses to love despite the loss. See, I was correct, minus the kissing. When he chooses to be honest about what he wants from her. I was correct. Oh yeah, the fight never happened. The whole point was to not have a fight. Actually, the whole point was actually to not have a fight. Everything for a fight is brewing. And literally every single aspect of a fight was brewing. And that was by design. Reiji wanted you to feel like a fight was going to happen, but instead the characters choose acceptance. I think that's the coolest thing. He kept giving you the impression a fight was going to happen. You want a fight to happen by the end of this, right? You want a fight to happen. You even see Kazuya frustrated and angry in chapter 380, right? He wants you to feel frustration and anger. He wants you to feel frustration and anger and to choose to let that go. Let it go. Choose differently. Don't act on anger. Choose love instead. Don't act on hatred. Don't act on fear. Choose love instead. Choose the harder path. Don't keep picking the easy path. Choose a harder path. That's what this was. Kazuya has to let go of his anger. That's why when Kazuya runs into the pole in chapter 382, that was the point. Right? Run into this pole. He was so busy not seeing what's in front of him, he runs into a pole. You don't get to be angry, Kazuya. You were too busy not seeing her. You were so busy not seeing her in this state, you ran into a pole. That was what this chapter was saying. You're so busy not seeing her, not actually being there for her, that you ran straight into a pole. That was the point. Kazuya is not a bad person for what he did in that date, but he chose fear over love. And that fear blinded him to what's in front of him. Hence why he runs face first into the pole. Get angry at this pole, let it out. Get a little mad, but calm the fuck down and think it through for a second. I forgot to ask for more details. I forgot to make a better choice. And then he sees her. And then again, just like with the pole that he didn't see was in front of him, he didn't see she was hurt on the date. He realized he never saw her. And so, when Chizuru kisses him in this chapter, the point is to finally see her. His eyes are wide open. He can finally see her. He's finally looking at her. He's finally seeing in the person in front of him. He stopped seeing shadows. What happened when Chizuru rejected him? What's the first thing that bows when Chizuru rejects him? What bows in front of Kazuya when he is rejected first? A shadow. Mommy's shadow. He kept seeing shadows. He wasn't seeing Chizuru. That's why she's in shadows. He wasn't seeing her. He was seeing the shadows he wanted to see. He was so busy being afraid of the outcome. He was so busy being afraid of all of these terrible things. He never actually saw Chizuru. She was always in shadow. She felt she had to be in shadow. Right? She felt she always had to be in shadow. She was pushed into the role of the shadow to his light. And that's why the shadow bows first. That's why you see the shadow bow first. Because Kazuya isn't seeing Chizuru, he's seeing a shadow. He's seeing something else. That's the point. And so now, what do we have happen here? When he gets kissed, it's in shadow. Both don't completely understand everything. But this kiss is all they need. They don't completely understand each other here. They don't know what went wrong. They don't know completely what happened here. They're both in shadows. That's all, but that's okay. It's okay to be in shadows. She gets to dream in the shadow, and Kazuya gets to see what was underneath the shadow all along. Chizuru steps back out into the light. That was the point. See what's hidden in the darkness and stop looking with your blinded eyes. So I had the whole thing with the spare keychain. So this was also another interesting thing. Remember my prediction? I had a prediction that this is the start of the fight. That was a bad prediction. They didn't need a fight. And I said it's probably because of the fish keychain. I was wrong. If Kazuya had asked for the fish keychain, she would have given it to him. It would not have been a fight. She's just giving him what he wants. Kazuya willing to give her the spare key, but he will want to keep the keychain. He doesn't. And Chizuru chooses to give it to him because she always wanted him to have this. That was the point. It was a gift. She wanted him to have this so eventually he can ask to have the key back. She wanted to reconnect that bond. But Kazuya never does this. Right? Kazuya never does this. And he misunderstands the point. And he never figures it out, even at the end. But he doesn't need to. He never needed to figure it out. He just needed to say what was on his mind and what he wanted. The point was not to figure it out. The point was not to get an explanation. The point was to say what you fucking want. What do you goddamn want? It doesn't matter how small it is. There isn't a new chapter. Scribbles, I appreciate you being here. But come on. You think there's going to be a new chapter the next day? No, I'm just doing an analysis. I'm just doing a deep dive analysis. That's what I'm doing. Right? So this is gone at this point. The idea that Chizuru doesn't want this, that he can't keep loving her, she just wants to give him something at this point, right? Remember what she says in chapter 383? Only our shadows were together, and it made me feel awful. Only our shadows. Only our shadows were together. Here they are together in shadows. This dude. It made me feel awful. I wanted to give him something. I wanted to do something. I wanted to change something. And that changed that night. She found some sense of clarity here. That connection to her past allowed her some clarity. Even though she kept saying no here, she kept wanted to do something else here. She changed her mind the day after, right? She wanted to do something else. That walk home gave her clarity. Even though she just kept saying no, it was almost on instinct. She's just saying no on instinct, not because she actually believed it anymore. She's just saying it. Like a little kid. Her dialogue devolves into something childish and simple, right? And so the next day, everything flips. She just kept saying that, but that wasn't the point. Okay. I thought they would fall on top of each other. That never happens, which is good. They shouldn't fall on top of each other because that's not the point. The point is to choose, not to have fate hand you something. Make a choice. You're not gonna get things are not gonna get handed to you. You have to make a fucking choice, right? Scribble colored outside the lines. Lol. Jesus. Also, I remember seeing this one. Go for it instead of constantly holding himself back, because that's how you get what you want in life. Face the difficult choices through the anxiety, the doubt, and the anguish. Chizuru did that. Now it's Kazuya's turn. For real, I can't take this anymore. I can't take this anymore. That line got informed by this fucking moment. That's so funny. If you reread and you noticed they said the same thing and literally looked identical. Right? Kazuya is in light. Chizuru is in shadow. Bro. They were both insanely horny then. That's so funny. Right? And then I explained the whole thing with Ruka, where like Ruka literally touches him. Literally Ruka constantly touches him. Now it's Kazuya's turn. Now it's time for him to face the pain and come out stronger. Interestingly, a lot of this stuff was informed by the date with Ruka, emotionally creating contrast in how Ruka can touch Kazuya and kiss him whenever, but Kazuya can't touch Chizuru. It's actually flipped. Chizuru can't touch Kazuya. That was the point. There's even a slight similarity here. Right? Okay. Iconic moment. I wonder what it would look like if you look at all the shadow panels and place them in chronological order. That's like in the date, in the where, that's a lot of work. Right? And the only time Chizuru is able to touch him, this moment here, right? Where is it actually? Right here. The only time Chizuru finally touches him, Chizuru finally reaches him, and it's out of desperation. Wait, was Mizuhara solo leveling when she said, I can't take this anymore? Oh my god. No, not like, I don't know. I hope not. Maybe. I don't know. Actually, maybe. There's a chance. That, We're not going to talk about this anymore. We're not going to talk about this anymore. We're not going to talk about this anymore. We're moving on now. Anywho. I think I had like a few things written. I got to check. So we read this one. We read the parallels to Hawaiians. I already read the Don Quixote stuff, so I don't need to delve into that too much. I delved into the Dreamer thing. Yeah, we talked about this. 8th anniversary. I ordered this. This should be here like next week, I think. Oh, yeah, there was someone who wanted me to read their comment. Let me go read it right now. I'll move it here just in case they don't want me to see it somewhere else. I don't know. Content, community. Where's the comment? I don't. Okay, I don't see the comment. Never mind. I guess doesn't matter. Never-ending manga. Please say you're joking. I'm not in the mood to ban people right now. Please say psych. I don't want to ban people right now. Oh yeah, I did want to talk about this one real quick. Volume 41 is a special volume just for Chizuru. 1 is Chizuru's last name in Ichinose, 4 is her room number 204 and can be read like the word for death. This was the 4th kiss, a special one for Chizuru, the death of Rental and the birth of real love. Red is Chizuru's favorite color, while blue is Kazuya's. Hence why he loves marine life and why Chizuru often wears blue. Chizuru wears blue when they first meet. Her first swimsuit is also blue. The swimsuit we see in the anime that's pink is actually blue in the manga. And her swimsuit in Hawaiians is also blue. In the date, however, she wears purple, combining the two colors, but it's still blue. Someone said this is a reference to the Matrix, and I don't know what to make of that. Because wasn't the blue pill, like, you know, the illusion, and then wasn't the red pill, like, the harsh reality? But if that's... Because okay, the reason he thinks this is because there's a chapter where Reiji does, in fact, reference the Matrix. And it's because Chizuru is like an illusion, in a sense. Here, I'll show it to you. I think it's this one. 255, I think, maybe? No, it's 257 then. I'll die. I'm gonna fucking die. Where does he reference the Matrix? I know Kazuya literally says it. What chapter does Kazuya say? I could have sworn it was here. There's like a reference to the Matrix here. Oh, there it is. What line is this? Some kind of glitch in the Matrix. Right? It's like Kazuya's under an illusion. But I don't know if I would think of it like, oh, Chizuru's the Matrix. Like, I don't know about that one. That was a weird take from that person. I wouldn't think of it like the Matrix. If anything, if you think of it like that, Kazuya picked both. Kazuya literally picked both. He loves both. All of her. He didn't pick one or the other. Gojo, red plus blue equals hollow purple. That's a good one. Let people enjoy whatever they want, so she'll lose her personality. Who are we talking about? Oh, you're referring to that person earlier. Is the lady in the red dress the Morpheus showed Neo? Hell yes, get a figure in red dress. You could also say it like this. You can go through the shadows to get what you want. Yeah. Walk through the pain and the darkness. Walk through the fear of darkness to get what you want. Why do you guys want me to read the fucking Reddit thread about me? So I can just read how people roast me on Reddit? What the fuck is that gonna do? Some of these people think I'm fucking Verkez. Like, bro, They're literally theory crafting about me. What the shit? Or sorry, they're coming up with conspiracy theories about me. Like, what the fuck? It's not all roast, but that means there is roast. And I don't know if I need that right now. The Twister game chapter gains another level of significance after all the physical touch complex between Chizuru and Kazuya. Yep. I agree. 2 peas in a pod. Yeah, I agree that that chapter is a part of that. And yeah, Kazuya wears green and blue. Yeah, I think this is the thing they wrote. And I'm like, I don't really agree with that. Like, Kazuya, like, if anything, I'm just like, Kazuya didn't pick wrong here. He just wanted to know she just wanted to know what he liked, which is why she wears blue, even if her favorite color happens to be red. She wears blue, but she is red. He already chose the hard path. He picked both. Yeah, so that's kind of what I said about that. Let's go back a little bit. Oh, yeah. You can actually get the cat eyes. You can get the cat eyes. That's so great. That's so great. Reiji is so good. I love Reiji, dude. He's so good. The masculine urge to help others in need. And then Sheer did a coloring. It's really cute. And I think this one other person did a coloring too. I shared that as well. It's not as good. I like Sheer's better. Sorry to this person if they watch my content. But I think Sheer's is cleaner. Although I think he needs a bit more light on the skin tones and a bit more coloring for Chizuru's hair. It's not as dynamic. But it is good. Sorry if I don't mean to be critical and mean. This is just how I feel. Just sharing how I feel. Yeah, I felt like the acting business could get explored. Oh yeah, I talk about the intentional parallel between Kazuya and Umi here. Oh yeah, we can keep going. Oh, there were some other things. Oh, there were some other things I wanted to talk about. I totally forgot. Let's keep going. We got more content. Let's go. We got more content, baby. Let's fucking go. Okay. So I read this. Okay. So this part's important. This part is important. If you remember what Chizuru said in chapter 332, she literally talks about how lovers have infinite time. And what did Kazuya say? He will wait forever. He gave her the answer to her love, how it doesn't end, how she keeps feeling what she does to him no matter what. Again, we changed that a little bit, but there is relevance to this. The idea of lovers have infinite time. They can sort out anything. They don't need to sort it out all right now. I was still correct, just not in the immediate analysis, right? I am still correct because it's literally about having infinite time to solve any problem you have. And Reiji, what does he do prior to this arc? He piles on a fuck ton of problems. He shows you a shit ton of problems that they still got to deal with. Ruka, Umi, acting business, Mami, they have these entire conflicts between each other. They have this misunderstanding they have going on with Minnie. They have so much happening. None of that shit is ever actually addressed in the date. You walk into the date with the illusion that they're going to address it all in that date, except that makes no fucking sense. You can't address all of these problems in a single day. That's not how life works. You cannot. That is way too much shit to discuss and deal with in a single day. Too many misunderstandings to resolve. Too many things to go through. You literally a truckload of problems. And you cannot solve those unless you're actually together. Right? You need to do it together. So listen to what Chizuru says. Even if she imagines him wearing something stupid to the date. She imagines him wearing something fucking stupid to the date. So she says, besides, even if he did wear something like that, I would just tell him we could go buy clothes together. We could talk it out and solve it. In that sense, it makes me feel like what lovers have is infinite time. Anything can be solved by talking no matter their differences. That's the kind of relationship they have. A bond shared with only one other person in the entire world. Now, good sirs and madams and everyone in between, what did I fucking say? Kazuya told her, I wait for you forever. I don't understand anything that's going on. I don't know. She doesn't know either. but he still chooses love anyway. Like, they have infinite time to solve all these problems. That time will literally not run out. We can solve all of these things afterwards. We don't need to solve it now because I have my answer. Okay, I wanted to say something else, but I kind of like lost track of my thoughts a little bit. Let me read it one more time. I could go buy clothes together. In that sense, it makes me feel like lovers have infinite, lovers have is infinite time. So they need to create that infinite time for each other to work through things alone, to work through things together. And Kazuya makes her feel like she has that infinite time. I lost track of my thoughts. God fucking damn it, it's pissing me off now. I wanted to say something else and I lost track of it. Damn it. Now I'm pissed. Fuck. YouTube, don't demonetize me because I dropped just the hard F. The hard F. What was I saying? Right. So lovers have infinite time. They can solve any problem if they get through it together. And Kazuya literally essentially tells her, like, we can solve everything together. Well, okay, no. He said he'll persevere through any struggle, and he'll keep waiting no matter what, despite the rejection. I'm just going to stop thinking about it until it comes back to me. Let's just keep going. I kind of said my point. The preview, we read that. No need to read it again. I did make an interesting point here. This most likely has a double meaning. This place the place they used to live at is called Royal Hills. It's a castle. Kazuya will go there, but he'll most likely move back home with Chizuru. For some reason, people keep thinking Kazuya is moving back to Royal Hills. I don't know why. They literally said the place is run down and like unlivable. You can't live there. He literally says, I need to go to Royal Hills to move my shit back. So either people can't fucking read or something else. I don't know. But the other thing too is that she's the princess in the castle. This could also be a cute nod to season 4's opening, where if you remember in season 4, she's literally a princess at a castle surrounded by the ocean, and Kazuya frees her from there, right? This chapter, blah blah blah, insane levels of peak. I don't need to listen to you, dumbass. All of this. Yeah, look at this. Look at these similarities. This is Ruka kissing him. This is Chizuru kissing him. Oh my, like, bro. Bro. It's so intentional. It's so intentionally similar. And both of them happen in shadows. Both of them happen in a hidden place. Ocean is umi in Japanese. Yeah. Yeah. That's what that means. Ocean can be said in two ways. Nami, umi. There's the two ways you can say ocean in Japanese. So, Nami from One Piece, her name is just Ocean. Okay, yeah, Kazuya needs to stop acting like Umi so Chizuru could love him, and Chizuru need to embrace Haruka, embrace our differences and our similarities to have what we want. Kazuya in this day was more like Umi. I think I pretty much said all this. The dream in the night, the person, yeah. So he was, bro. So she doesn't fall in love until the walk home when Kazuya actually showed up. The dream in the night. He's literally a dream in the night. Nami means wave? I could have sworn Nami was ocean. Oh, wow. Oh. Tsunami. Ah. Wow. Okay. Like I said, Weed's way. I'm a jackass. Peace. That's why you love me. That's why you're here to correct me, chat. That's why you're here to correct me. That's why you're here to tell me I'm stupid as fuck. That's why you're here. I need you sometimes. I haven't learned Japanese yet. The person never stops loving even in death. Oh yeah, I did want to talk about this one real quick. So, Kazuya needed to stop being Umi and become the person who never stops loving even in death. Chizuru needed to let herself be like Ruka instead of viewing Ruka as fake. Despite Kazuya not loving Ruka, her affection and intimacy holds the key to Chizuru understanding her feelings. It's why Chizuru was jealous of her in the first place. Ironic, because Ruka is jealous of Chizuru. Besides, if you're talking love, that's Ruka-chan. She's head over heels for him. There's no mystery about it. I can't destroy someone else's love when I'm not even sure about my own emotions. I'm honestly jealous of her passion. She's literally jealous of Ruka. Minnie would also tell Chizuru to kiss Kazuya and she'll figure it out. But that's pretty funny considering that the kiss is Chizuru figuring it out. She didn't learn it through the kiss. The kiss is an expression of her love, not a tool to find it. Minnie wanted to use the kiss as a tool for the characters finding their love. But a kiss should be an expression of your love, not the other way around. So Chizuru uses the kiss for the right reason. In that sense, Minnie was right and wrong. Intimacy did hold the key. But you shouldn't use the kiss as a tool to get what you want. You should kiss someone because you want to, not because you think you need to. Minnie told them you should do it because it'll get you the result you want, not because you want to. She's trying to push them into these corners, not because, and instead of actually letting them do it, right? Why not try another good old-fashioned kiss? Maybe that'll trigger something. That was out of pure necessity. Yeah, Mori, she only did it to help me out. Don't get the wrong idea. Whose side are you on, master? She makes Kazuya turn on himself, and now he's not even doing something out of his own interest anymore. Minnie talks about looks and how Kazuya looks different or something. Not really. If looks change based on my mood, that's basically magic. Nothing's changed. I still don't know. I just don't want to leave things unsettled. What? No way. That's a downer. That's why I said you two. That's why I said you two would just know if you just kissed him. I'm just like, fucking hell, Minnie. Like I said, that's not how it works. I'm also really, really looking forward to it. Expectations. Okay. Now, there's another interesting thing we found out. The day Kazuya is leaving is on a Wednesday. So if we go back to the calendars, chapter 317, we see Chizuru actually schedule the date. And when is the date? The date is on Tuesday. The date is on Tuesday. Kazuya moves out on Wednesday. Okay? Kazuya is moving out on Wednesday. It's Wednesday, my dudes? Was the day on Wednesday or is the day Wednesday? So it was today, the 18th Wednesday in the story. Like, does this say Wednesday? Or does this say Wednesday? Which is it? Because I don't know if Japanese calendars are different from ours. Because I thought this was like Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. That's how I saw it. Am I correct? Fuck it. Japanese calendar. The 18th is Wednesday. Today is Wednesday. Fitting. Today is Wednesday. Okay. So, yes. Okay. Good to know. Good to know. I was correct. The date was on a Tuesday. Wednesday is when Kazuya moves out. Isn't it fitting that their rental relationship, which started on every Wednesday, their rental relationship, which was on every Wednesday, if I can find where I left off, ends on a Wednesday and in a taxi, a rental car. Wednesday is the day they agreed to first rent each other, but for their grandparents. Now, she's his real girlfriend, and the news story can begin. And man, is there a lot of setup. All right. Yeah, I'm not talking about all the other stuff. We talked about the 8th. Okay, so someone mentioned something interesting. Here. This person said, any thoughts on the interesting use of the power lines being reflected very distinctly in the windows of many of the cab shots? So let me show you what they're talking about. When we start the chapter, power lines. As Kazuya steps out, Kazuya says this. You again see the power lines reflected in the background. Power lines. And power lines here. Power lines again. What does all that mean? Power lines literally transfer power. They are about connection and the flow of energy. In a sense, they reflect the transition of the characters, literally their energy transferring from one another. It's both the kiss transmitting electric signals as well as social ones. It's literally their new connection. Literally their new connection being forged from these power lines. Understanding each other through these signals, through these connections, without any words needing to be said. That's the point. RTX on. Yeah, you can see them. You can see like literally the power lines are literally on top of them, like right here. The power lines are literally on top of them here. That's the point. That's why there's so much power lines. You're constantly seeing them. It's about their connection. Please cover the chapter cover 274. The chapter is a series for Chizuru's buys groceries, Chizuru preparing ingredients, and Chizuru tasting testing. Yeah, I know about it. What do you want me to say about that? I'm aware of that. I'm aware of that stuff, but what do you want me to say about it exactly? I don't know what you want me to talk about. I can go through them later. Just give me a bit. Let me finish what I'm reading here. So yeah, this person wrote about Umi, and I said, whereas Umi love would end in the moment Chizuru rejected him, Kazuya's literally got rejected and persevered, matching Chizuru's answer on lovers having infinite time. Kazuya's love does not end. This person mentioned the Umi car. We mentioned that Nakano Muzan, again, he's living in the Umi car, but he's not Umi. What did I write here? I wanted to share some details. Oh yeah, I talked about how Reishi fuses the characters as his own children, and I shared this stuff. Shit, what was the infinite time thing? I gotta like listen to myself again and see what I said. Here, I'm gonna do something fucking stupid. Bear with me, and I'm sorry. I'm gonna do something fucking stupid. Hey, look, it's me. Yeah. Matrix bullshit. Infinite time. Guess the lovers have infinite time bullshit, dumbass. There it is. Okay. I'm gonna listen to myself now and see what I was saying so I can know. Okay. Wait, wait, I'm curious how it looks. Am I literally floating over myself? That's so funny. I'm literally floating over myself. That's so funny. I'm literally floating over myself. Okay, and you guys can't hear me. She literally talks about how lovers have infinite time. And what did Kazuya say? He will wait forever. He gave her the answer to her love, how it doesn't end, how she keeps feeling what she does to him no matter what. Again, we changed it a little bit, but there is relevance to this. The idea of lovers have infinite time. They can sort out anything. They don't need to sort it out all right now. I was still correct, just not in the immediate analysis. Okay, so they don't need to sort it all out right now. And so they created the infinite time. Okay, right? I am still correct because it's literally about having infinite time to solve any problem you have. And Reiji, what does he do prior to this arc? He piles on a fuck ton of problems. He shows you a shit ton of problems that they still gotta deal with. Ruka, Umi, acting business, Mommy, they have these entire conflicts between each other. They have this misunderstanding they have going on with Minnie. They have so much happening. None of that shit is ever actually addressed in the date. You walk into the date with the illusion that they're going to address it all in that date, except that makes no fucking sense. You can't address all of these problems in a single day. That's not how life works. You cannot. That is way too much shit to discuss and deal with in a single day. Too many misunderstandings to resolve. Too many things to go through. You literally a truckload of problems. And you cannot solve those unless you're actually together. Right? You need to do it together. So listen to what Chizuru says. Even if she imagines him wearing something stupid to the date. She imagines him wearing something fucking stupid to the date. So she says, besides, even if he did wear something like that, I would just tell him, we could go buy clothes together. We could talk it out and solve it. In that sense, it makes me feel like what lovers have is infinite time. Anything can be solved by talking no matter their differences. That's the kind of relationship they have. A bond shared with only one other person in the entire... Man, what the fuck was I thinking? I had this thought, like a weird epiphany moment. I feel like I lost it. It's pissing me off. I had like one of those thoughts where it's like I should have explored it more, but my ADHD fucking beat my ass. Damn it. What the fuck was I thinking? Okay, lovers have infinite time. They can talk it out. In that sense, it makes me feel like what lovers have is infinite time. So they created infinite time. I remembered. Oh, thank God. I remembered. What was happening in this chapter? Time was running out. If you don't want time to end, make it infinite. Time was running out. Right? This isn't the movie arc. The point of this arc is that it's not the movie arc. Time isn't running out. You're not running out of time. But you have to decide not to run out of time. You have to make your own time. That was the point. It's just literally what I said, but I'm expanding on it. Like, the issue here is that there is only an hour left, right? There's only you have a single hour left, right? You don't have a day left. You don't have all this extra time left. You only have an hour left. You have to make a choice. You have to make a choice on what you want to do. That's what you got to decide. And if you're wondering, like, why was Chizuru in the last chapter constantly saying no, and then here she kisses him afterwards, it's not to be misleading. She's saying no in that scene because she doesn't feel it's right for him to keep loving her. Now, like, we can give this some extra context too. Kazuya wants to keep loving her here when she doesn't feel like that should be the case, right? Chizuru doesn't, right? Become functionally immortal. Become functionally immortal. So there's why does this contrast happen between this scene and that scene where Chizuru keeps saying no here? No. Kazuya's like, but she says no. She wants to tell him no here, but she actually wants to say yes. But she keeps saying no just because she's already saying no. This aligns perfectly with the chapter, right? This aligns perfectly with the chapter after this one, where what does she keep doing? She keeps doing what she was originally planning to do, to let him go if that's what he wants. But what's going on? So, right, what's going on here? She's still saying no constantly to him here, but something isn't right. But you can't confront that right away, right? So how do you change these events? And that's kind of, I think, what's going on. It's like I'm kind of not. I'm not like organizing my thoughts super well. Basically, Chizuru figured something out here, but she kept saying no because she was just that's literally her dialogue devolved to that point. Verkez, are you still here? Always time in a good relationship. Verkez, are you still here? What do you think is the... Chizuru was literally saying no the entire time, and I know Chizuru figured something out here, but she was still saying no. Is that supposed to be a contrast between what she's thinking? Because at this point, So I think what's going on, is that these thoughts are like future Chizuru. And this is her reflecting on these thoughts. Whereas Chizuru in this moment here is just in the moment. Just completely just saying stuff. Just completely saying stuff in this moment. At least that's how I'm interpreting it. She's just saying stuff in this moment. She's just letting that out. But she's not actually thinking. I feel like at this point, Chizuru isn't thinking. And then she starts thinking afterwards. I'm just trying to understand what the difference is between next chapter, like literally chapter 384 and this chapter. What changed? That's the, I know Chizuru found a change here through what Kazuya was saying, but what she was saying was different from what she was feeling. She kept saying no because she knew that her rejection would be entirely pointless if he actually did what he promised there. But then that changes next chapter where she starts wanting to give him stuff. Yeah, her saying no, you can't, and him saying but still is the fight. I was right, yeah. Like that is the fight. It is a disagreement. And then they do kiss after. So we only got proposal and sex left. Is my theory coming true? Is my theory fucking coming true? My theory coming true, motherfuckers? My theory coming true, motherfuckers? Anywho, maybe that's the idea. They have their disagreements right here, but they come to an agreement afterwards. So I think he doubled down on that chapter, so Chizuru had to accept that her rejection was pointless. Yeah, I guess that's one way to put it. He doubled down again. I think she wanted him to do one last time. Maybe that's another way to look at it. I think that's one way to look at it. She wanted him to say it one last time, and that before he left, so she could say yes. Right? She kept saying no, 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 and she wanted him to just say it one more time so she could say yes. He kept persevering over and over and over, and she just wanted one more time, just say it one last time so I can say yes without actually saying anything. Right? It's literally like Katsuhiro, where he kept going after her. So, yeah. Okay, there we go. I think we kind of sorted it out. She just kept saying no, but her answer was slowly shifting to yes. And she literally found the fog cleared for her here. That's what was happening. Okay, I think that's a decent analysis to come to. She literally just wanted him to say it one more time after that night. That night changed everything, and she was saying no, but she was slowly starting to drift to yes. She was slowly starting to feel accepted. Like he accepted her, and she just wanted him to be happy. But then she found out she could be happy with him too. Right? If she could give him that happiness through saying yes, then that's what would make her happy. I think that was the point. Yeah, there we go. Hey, I'm glad I figured out the time thing. I mean, time is a huge motif of the cohabitation saga. Time is a massive motif of the cohabitation saga. It's time they're literally spending with each other. It's a very, very important month for them. It's like literally they're seeing each other like almost every day, right? It's a super important moment for them. Kazuya is daydreaming, hoping that Chizuru would beg him to stay, and Chizuru is probably thinking, give me a reason to ask you to stay. Pretty much, right? You have to want it. I'm not going to just do it. You have to want it, right? Do you want to stay? Then tell me so I can let you stay. I think she should have accepted an answer, even if he had told her. I think she would have accepted any answer if he had just told her he would move on. She could have known that he would go back on his promise. Yeah. She was ready for any answer. She was willing to accept anything. Literally, just as Kazuya reached acceptance, she was willing to accept anything. But she wanted him to give her. She wanted him to say something. She wanted him to say something. And he did. Right? He chose to keep loving. That's why. Okay. I think we went through everything. Finally, some changes with her. Chizuru's been changing the entire time, bro. Literally, most of the date is Kazuya's fault. Chizuru was changing the entire time. She's literally trying to be his fucking girlfriend the entire goddamn time. If you think Chizuru was not changing in this entire time, you blind as fuck. If she goes back to her in the next chapter, it's likely something will happen between them. Boundaries have been removed. Oh, yeah. I want them to just go nuts and make out, dude. I want them to just go nuts and make out. Jesus Christ, make the fuck out. And they're literally, remember the next time teaser is like, next chapter is going to be big. The teaser for next chapter is going to be big. I don't know if there's anything I want to read right now. I don't know if there's anything I want to do right now. I'm siding with dooming for now. You're always dooming. I literally told you we would get this and you're still fucking dooming. I don't know what the fuck you, Wiz. I don't care anymore. I don't fucking care anymore. You're always fucking dooming. Nothing makes you happy. Story's literally telling you to hope and you're fucking dooming. I don't fucking care anymore. You're right, but attitude change is something nice. Oh, she's acting different. I'm sorry, you clearly were not reading the date. Because in the entire date, she's like, I would be your girlfriend, I would be your girlfriend, I would be your girlfriend, want something, want something, want something, want something. And literally the entire time, she's blushing ear to fucking ear, saying crazy shit. And literally, love me, love me, love me, love me. And he's not fucking doing anything. So no, Chizuru has been acting different the entire time. It's Kazuya who's not acting different. It's Kazuya who's being Umi and not himself. Chizuru was different. When you say stuff like that, it tells me that you're not actually seeing Chizuru, you're seeing the result of Chizuru. You're seeing the end result, not what was actually going on. Right? Read the thread about you. Read the thread about you. It's really sweet and people are praising. Oh, fuck. Fine. Fine. It's going to be weird. I'm like Chizuru. I'm not good with praise. The beginning relationship started in a rental car. Oh, whoa, what the fuck? Whoa, what just happened? Okay, I gotta turn off some stuff because my computer's giving me signs it's not doing so hot. Save. 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 Flippity fucking flippin' shit. Okay. Close. Okay, Photoshop is closed. Whoa, what? Oh, that's me. And that's... Wait, what I have... What the fuck? Wait, that's one. Okay, I can close this one. What's the third one? Live group. Oh, that's weird. Good God. Computer, please hold. I believe in you. I know I have a lot of stuff open, but I believe in you. Turning this off. And this one, and this one. We got to keep this one on. The Dreamer, the Dream Chaser, and the Dream Denial. Oh yeah, they were talking about like... Am I back? What's going on? Am I back? What's happening? hear and see you? Can you still hear and see me now? Am I back? Like, am I actually back, or is this like a delayed version of me? I'm actually back. You can see me. Or is this delay? Are you sure? I just said the number 1. I did say the number 1. Did I say number 1? Spoke too soon. We can see you. 1. Okay. 1. Okay. 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 It seems to be like delayed here on my end. Let me go to YouTube.
American school things that.
What the fuck? What? View channel. See my stream. Okay. Oh, okay. I'm functioning. We're functioning. The thing is seemingly weird on this end, but I guess you can see me, so that's what matters. Welcome back, F6469420. Why? What? Okay. As long as you can see me, that's fine. Well, y'all act like he isn't going to see this. Why is this the first comment? Why is this the first fucking comment? Wait, what's going on? What are these numbers? Why are you guys posting numbers? Why are you guys posting numbers? What the fuck? Why put? Oh no. Did it lose data again? What's going on? Excellent connect. What? Okay, I'm gonna close this. History. Live streaming. I'm good. Nah, we're good. Okay. Okay. It seems to be functioning. Just ignore the numbers. Okay. Why the fuck is this the first comment? Why the fuck is this the first comment? Y'all act like you ain't gonna see this. I wasn't gonna. Y'all made me do it. I wasn't fucking gonna. Okay, you didn't make me do it. I agreed. But you were peer pressuring me. Johan has a capacity to be an amazing and popular YouTuber content creator. He has the passion and the passionality for it. If he fixed a couple of things in his presentation, he would be way more popular and recognized than he is. That being said, his analyses are always spot on. He has an incredibly high IQ. Jesus. Damn. Okay. And he really cares about the subject matter. He also doesn't have to trash other things to pull in viewers or try to get the audience on his side. He just speaks his mind and supporting evidence. He understands the subject matter completely and is amazing how he can connect all the dots between 8 years of releases. I'm not sold on all of his hypothesis, like his chapter number analysis, but it is fun to hear it regardless. I mean, yeah, like I try to take it easy with the number stuff. Because I know not everybody agrees with me in terms of chapter numbers, right? So like, for instance, if you don't agree with me on the chapter number shit, that's perfectly fine. I don't particularly mind. But like when Reiji has like certain things, like when he puts the number 3 in certain places, or the number 4 in certain places, or the number 7, or the number 8, like Minnie's birthday literally being on 4/8, and then 8 being literally in Minnie's name, or 3 being on Kazuya's room number, or 4 meaning death and connecting to Chizuru. That stuff I feel like has purpose and meaning. And then he has shown in cases where he has said, like, he's made it clear he's talking about that stuff. Where, for instance, if you go to chapter 326, let's go down really quick. Chapter 326, the teaser for it was it was like full surefire mode, which is a thing in a pachinko machine or a slot machine or something, where it raises the probability of you getting like a particular, you getting like the perfect scores, you know, and it's the 777s. So if you go to the next chapter, 327, there's 3 sevens in this chapter, right? And this is where it gets interesting, where it's like, okay, he clearly does play with these numbers. So, for instance, the chapter is 327, part 7, and Mami shows up in the end. Mami Nanami. Nana means 7. It's the fucking slot machine. You just got a 777. Right? And nowhere in this chapter does Kazuya outright say something like, oh, I got lucky in a slot machine or something like that. Right? Nowhere does that really kind of happen. He just says, oh, it seems like things are going well or I'm getting lucky. Yeah, everything's going so smoothly. It's scary. Nothing about this has Kazuya saying anything about that, you know? So it's that kind of stuff that makes me think like, oh, that has purpose. That has meaning. Like, he's clearly fucking with that stuff. At one point, I did completely overthink it. I freaked Nintendo out with like completely overthinking shit. And it was stupid. It was stupid. I was looking at the wrong shit and I completely overthought it. That does happen. I'm a human fucking being. I completely overthink things sometimes. Things. I like hanging out in his streams. It reminds me of chilling with a younger friend who perhaps gets a bit too excited about stuff, but it's still fun to chat about. Oh, I definitely get too excited about shit. I used to have a friend. I used to go to the movies with a friend. And right after we go to the movies, he'd always listen to me rant about films and shit. And I would just give him reviews. And a lot of times he wouldn't say anything. He just wants to listen to me talk about the films. And that was always so fun. And we would go watch movies and I would gush about the film afterwards, or I would say it's so fucking stupid or some shit. And then he would always tell me at the time how Moist Critical and I would say the same things. And I was like proud of it at the time. And now I'm like, I never say the same shit as him anymore. I never say the same shit as him anymore. We say completely different things now. But yeah. Oh my God. Okay, it's not too many. Thank God, it's not too many. I've been sub to him for a couple years now, and I've spoken with him here a few times. He seems like a nice guy, extremely passionate and knowledgeable. I love his analysis. Stop it! He reads my comments here a few times on this channel. He's the best rag YouTuber out there, hands down. You know, this person is right, though. If I did change my approach a little bit, I actually would grow significantly more. And this is something I do want to do. I do want to like write and create different kinds of content. This is why I've been like trying to do things a little differently. And maybe why like I'm trying to end this stream quicker. So that way I can actually like take the time to like do some content and shit. But yeah, no, this person is correct. He or she are completely right. And that I do need to change my approach a little bit in how I create content, because the streams are good, but it's something, it is the better Apple Bob if anyone, it is the better Apple Bob if anyone knows him. Oh, I know Apple Bob. We talked. I wasn't a huge fan. The first time we talked, he thought I was copying him. And I'm like, bitch, what? The first time we talked, he thought I was copying him. And I was just like, what the fuck gave you that impression? He's like, oh, you're not like stealing my content or anything. And I'm like, I wanted to get mad, but I was just like, I'll just be nice about it. Like, I was excited. Another YouTuber's stalker to me. Another YouTuber's talking to me. But like the first time I talked to him, I'm like, bro, you think I'm fucking copying your shit? What the fuck? Like, I don't give a shit about that. Why would I? Why? I don't give a crap about that. I also didn't like much of his analysis. I read some of his analysis. It felt very bare bones. He also speaks like, how does he speaks weird. He speaks weird. He speaks like he's trying to convince you of something. And it's really weird. Granted, the dude's gone. Like, he hasn't, yeah, he's gone now. Like, I don't think he makes content anymore, so it doesn't matter. But let's just get off that topic. I used to wish he would post more often because there were sometimes weeks, months where he didn't post an analysis. Lately, he's been doing these really long streams, and I can't do that. I generally like an hour-long videos more. I've been meaning to condense my content more, okay? I'm sorry. I want to condense my content more. It's not easy. I do think he idolizes Reiji because Rag and Reiji get so much hate. He often defends it to the point where I think he doesn't acknowledge constructive criticism can be a little rough. Oh, no. There are things you can be constructive about this series. We pointed out like something really fucking stupid in this chapter, like the stupid blister shit. I know this series is not easy for people to get into. I just choose to love it despite that. The reason I can be critical if I need to be. You guys don't know how I am with films and shit. I am actually a very critical person of film, cinema. Like, you know, you guys see me when we're watching the anime. I'm very critical of it. With the manga, though, like, a lot of the times, like, the way Reiji writes his story, to me, is actually brilliant. Like, yes, I do somewhat idolize this dude, but it's because I actually genuinely find the story brilliant. Like, actually straight up. And while there are flaws, like, yeah, okay, when Kazuya almost says shit to his family, and then 2 seconds later, they pretend like they didn't fucking hear it. Like, what? He was in the middle of like having a breakup happening, and then 2 seconds later they just don't fucking talk about it, and it's never brought up again. There is weird shit in the story, but sometimes Reishi does it for a purpose too, right? It's like there is stuff in the story that's a little weird and handled kind of strangely. This story is not perfect. There are, for instance, Reishi's terrible when it comes to managing time in this story. I don't know fucking why. He sucks at that shit. Like, all the time, he'll post the random wrong time, to the point that in one chapter, he was considering posting, like, at like 20XX, just so he doesn't have to deal with the time anymore. There is stupid shit in this story. There totally is. I just don't, like, feel the need to constantly focus on that shit, because I feel like that stuff diminishes the joy that I have with this story. That's why I don't focus on that stuff. I don't think it's a huge deal. Like, I'll point it out, and I'll laugh about it, and I'll think it's stupid. And I'll think, oh, he fucked up here. But the narrative itself is an experience. I want to have an experience, and I want to enjoy that. When a story wants me to really engage me, I kind of don't give a shit about a lot of the criticism. I'm not here to criticize something. I'm here to enjoy it. I like, sometimes I feel the need to criticize something when I don't understand the intent. But then once I do, it's like sometimes it clicks with me, right? So you need to suspend the disbelief a little to enjoy any piece of fiction. And even then, like, I feel like this story does such a good job of finding this perfect middle ground between fantasy and reality. And that's so fascinating to me. It's literally tells you how to suspend your belief, but at the same time find meaning in everything. This story wants you to dig. And that's why I enjoy it. I enjoy Reiji leaving me these crumbs and these pieces. The reason I somewhat idolize Reiji, and this is true, I don't disagree with this. I do somewhat idolize Reiji and this story. The reason I do so much is because this dude opened my third fucking eye. The reason I'm so good at this, at an analysis and all this shit, I already had some of these skills. I just didn't know how to actually see and appreciate art until this story. I was always pigeonholed in my mentality always felt pigeonholed in that I would analyze and review shit the way other people did. I didn't review it for what it is. I reviewed it by comparing it to other things and how these other things did it. And in so doing, I looked at art as a product. That's the thing I don't like about modern analysis and reviews and all that shit. Most of it just looks at it as a product. It doesn't look at it as art. And this is the story that made me really just straight up appreciate art for what it is. That's the reason I idolize this story. That's the reason, like, in my eyes, even the worst shit it can do is something I will love about it. Literally, I feel as Kazuya feels. I love it despite all of its faults. I know it has faults. I know it has messy shit in it. For instance, the Ruka thing is kind of messy. Ruka is a high schooler, right? It's a messy aspect of her character. And yet, I feel like the way Reiji approaches it is somewhat meaningful in contrast to other stories. Whereas, for instance, Dress Up Darling has a really good thing I like about it, which is that it has this entire theme of acceptance. And Maureen being this weird fucking pervert who's into hentai and shit and, like, into that stuff kind of nails that. If you dislike that part of Maureen, you dislike Maureen. If you think you should remove Maureen from that story and not have her be this weird perverted person who's into this shit, that's not Maureen. You don't want Maureen. You want this idolized thing that's not her. Okay? In that same way, I think when the story depicts her in sexual ways, it can be good, but it can also be uncomfortable, especially when it acknowledges that her age is around 16 and it's a seinen targeted towards an older audience. That makes it a little weird. Specifically that it's targeted towards an older audience, right? And specifically older men. Seinen is a demographic targeted towards men between the ages of 18 and 40. So that depicting a 16-year-old in a sexual way targeted towards an older audience is a little weird, right? It is a little weird. In contrast, what this story does with Ruka's character that works for me is that while Ruka is presented sexually, there's a few things Reiji does to delve into this to give it some sort of meaning that works for me. So even though it's morally gray and a little weird, Reiji does a few things well. One, the story is a shonen. That means it's targeted towards boys between the ages of 13 and 18 or something around that age, literally young boys, right? So it makes sense for Ruka to be shown that way. Now, Reiji is an older man, so it's a little weird that he's drawing this female character of this age, right? At the same time, though, Ruka's age is intentionally ambiguous. You don't know Ruka's age. You just knew initially she was in high school when you first started, but you don't know her age. Her age is actually intentionally avoided, specifically because she works the rental job, specifically because of these elements. So Reiji keeps this element of ambiguity, and despite the fact that he shows her in a sexual way, he explores that meaningfully, right? That Ruka wants these things, but doesn't understand what she's actually asking. And so Ruka is still treated like a kid, despite occasionally being presented in a sexual way, because she is ultimately pretty and an attractive young girl. And while Reiji makes jokes about that and presents it, ultimately he finds this perfect middle ground, where he presents Ruka in a meaningful way, even though it is sexual and it is fan servicey, there is meaning behind it and intention, and it's not just, oh, look at this cute high schooler and it's weird. That's why Maureen being presented sexually makes me a little uncomfortable considering all the details around it, whereas this one actually kind of works for me because of how Reiji goes about presenting it. There's even nuance in the weird shit. There's even nuance in some of the failures of the story, and that to me is meaningful. That Reiji tries to find this good middle ground for how he presents and talks about this story, right? That he's still able to explore sexuality, nudity, and all these things within his narrative without it being just outright fan service. He actually gives it meaning and purpose, and without it going out of the way to sexualize a character like that. Right? He finds a good way between presenting reality and fiction, and it makes it work. How do we know Ruka's actually 17? There's no way to really know that. The Reiji never tells us her age. Even on her birthday, we don't know how old she is. Right? Even on her birthday, we don't know how old she is. So Reiji never outright tells us his age. The only thing we know at this point is that she should be almost in college. And if she's almost in college, that would mean at the start of the series, she was at least 16 or 15. So she would be she'd maybe be 18 at this point. So it doesn't actually make sense for her to be 17 at the start of the story. I think maybe 16 or nearing 17 at that point, because it's been 2 years. So she'd have had to start at 16, and now she's currently 18. How do we know this? How do we know she's 17? Dangerous in My Heart is a good story, but Anna being in middle school and a 14, 15 being sexualized and covers this stuff is crazy. Yeah, it's a little weird. It's a little uncomfortable. And yeah, she is yeah, I kind of agree. That is a little uncomfortable and kind of weird. It was introduced in the character introduction. What character introduction? What the hell are you talking about? You're going to have to show me. I don't know what you're referring to. Send me a link or something. Tell me to go to a specific chapter or something. I don't know what you're referring to. Okay, while you do that, I'm going to go grab some water. BRB. Okay, I'm back. Chapter 28, Ruka said Ruka was 9 years old, million heartbeats ago. It also said that average heartbeat is 6 BPM. That makes her heartbeat and time span of 83 years, 17.3. What the fuck? What? Ruka's birthday is August 26th. No, we don't know it's 2000. You looked it up on the wiki. The wiki doesn't actually have... The wiki does not know this. The wiki dates are not accurate. They're nowhere in the story does it say it's actually 2000. I know because I thought it was that too. Right? It's just based around Kazuya's age and Chizuru's age. There's not necessarily accurate. Look, if we find it later, that's great. I'll just keep reading what was written. He wants to get back and forth because he didn't like my critique of how Reiji paces Rag, draws out the narrative. He doesn't, though. Reiji does not draw out the narrative. The narrative is longer, yes. Look, this is the thing I disagree with about the pacing of this story that people don't like. This is the thing I disagree with. If something is long, it doesn't mean it's bad. That's my issue. If something is... No, we're not using bingo cards. Wallace, what the fuck? We're not using bingo cards on these people. The fuck, dude? No. My issue with the pacing of Rent a Girlfriend that people keep saying is that, oh, the story is longer, therefore it's bad. Yes, the story is longer, and it's much longer than any other romance in how it's being executed. But it has meaning and purpose, so it works. To me, every single chapter is full of stuff that contextualizes and explores the narrative and the characters in a meaningful way. The story being longer creates some of the best character writing I have ever fucking seen. And it is insane to me when people say that Reiji just draws out the narrative. I disagree super hard. I will always disagree insanely hard that Reiji's drawing out the narrative. I don't like that. I completely disagree with that. That Reiji's just drawing out the narrative. It really does not work for me. I'll never agree to that. And it just doesn't click for me, you know? To me, like, the fact that I can read a chapter and sit down and talk about it for a fucking hour says a lot about the fact that the chapter has that much meaning and depth in it, that this single chapter has so much depth in it, I can talk about it for a fucking hour. When other stories, I can read it and I feel like there's nothing to explore. I feel like sometimes I feel like there's no meaning in the things I'm interacting with. Whereas with this one, I can delve into that, and it blows my fucking mind how much there is in a single goddamn chapter. The reason too is because I've watched so many movies. You don't understand how many movies I've fucking seen. You don't understand how many video games I've seen. You don't understand how many manga and anime I have read. I don't just read manga and anime. I watch films. I play video games. I have even done plays, right? I have been an actor. I have done acting before. I have written before. I draw. I am an artist. I used to play piano. I have done a lot of this stuff. I have explored a lot of this stuff. I've spoken to a lot of different people from a lot of different cultures and languages. So when I tell you that when I read Reiji's shit, it feels like I'm reading a movie that blows me the fuck away. Because no other story depicts itself like a film. The way he does panels is like actual straight up camera work. The way he draws things, the things he shows us is like actual goddamn camera work. And that to me is like every chapter I'm reading is like a movie. It's like an episode that's super high quality, had massive budget behind it. That's what it feels like to me. So when I see that, when I see the depth of the visuals, when I see the depth of the writing, each individual chapter is filled to the brim with this stuff. And then when you read it as a binge, it doesn't feel long. So when I see that stuff, I cannot in good conscience say there's issues with the pacing just because Kazuya and Chizuru are not getting together. And I will always be upset about that. And I will literally never agree with that. So I'm sorry, in advance. I'm just gonna call you Farms. You have a long name. I had to be very measured in how I responded because while I didn't like the tone he was taking with me, I had watched enough of his videos to understand his feeling was driven by passion. I made the point with him that elevating Rag to the point where he can be criticized is wrong. Well, I agree, because all art should be able to survive constructive criticism, and that Reiji used to have great pacing, but then started drawing out the narrative around Paradise. He didn't. I disagree. Paradise is actually paced super well. Weekly, it's rough. Weekly Paradise is brutal. Weekly Paradise is brutal as shit. Reread it. I dare you, reread it. The pacing for it is amazing. On a binge, dude, it flows like wine. Like literally, that's a goddamn river. It's so smooth. The pacing for it is immaculate. Holy shit. Literally, the construction of the narrative, the character's feelings, the way it flows, good God. It flows like a river, which is super fitting considering they go to Hawaiians. Anywho, you get my point. No, the pacing is fantastic. Then the thing I want to point out too is the pacing is consistently different. For each individual saga of the story, the pacing consistently changes. So, for instance, the pacing at the very beginning of the series is very fast and feels intentionally episodic. Then, if you go to after that point, there's a bit of a slowdown, but then there's also a bit of a ramping up happening because the characters are starting to somewhat change. There isn't massive stuff happening between chapters 50 and chapters 100. It's slowly ramping up, but nothing crazy. Then you get to the movie arc, and it's intentionally paced kind of fast. Why? You have a time limit. And you have a goal to achieve. So the characters feel like they're constantly moving. There's a lot of energy. There's a lot of excitement happening. Then you finish the movie arc, and what happens? You slow down a little bit, right? You finish the movie arc, and there's like things start to slow down intentionally, and they keep crawling slower and slower and slower and slower until you feel like there's no sense of movement, intentionally so, because that's the point of Hawaiians. No agency, no control. You cannot change things. You have no agency over the story. So naturally, that's exactly the point of the narrative structure. It literally slows down to a fucking halt because you have no control, and it starts just kind of going smoothly. Right? But if you read it in a binge, if you pay attention to the emotions and the feelings, the structure actually works super well for what's actually happening in Hawaiians. It works super well. And then after that point, it's intentionally halted. There's no movement for a while, intentionally. And then slowly it opens up. Slowly it starts to change. Slowly you start to get more movement. And then it feels like the characters are starting to get a little more comfortable, slowly. But they're stationary too, because they're in a home. So literally, the cohabitation saga has movement, and yet it also feels stationary. You're literally always coming back to the home. Everything always happens in the home. There's a sense of movement and a sense of and a sense of like stillness to everything, and it works really effectively. That this arc is very small, mellow, and not a whole lot happening. It's a very well constructed arc for that exact reason. The cohabitation flows really well because it's constructed around the feelings of that arc. The characters slowly becoming more comfortable, and yet at the same time, you have a sense of comfort and safety and sanctuary in this home because no one else is there. It's just about their feelings and them slowly figuring each other out, literally finding the other person. The cohabitation saga is a search. The cohabitation saga is a search for the other person. Kazuya finding out who Chizuru is, right? Who is Chizuru? And where is she? Where has she been this whole time? Where's this person that I felt like I've seen this whole time that I don't see anymore? In contrast, Chizuru's searching for Kazuya. Who is Kazuya? Who is he behind all this? Who is the real him? This is why she asks all these questions in that arc. The arc is slow by design because it reflects the slow nature of them living together. That's the whole point. It reflects the slow nature of living together. It's literally small, simple times. That's the whole idea. It's slow, simple times of you just enjoying that time with another person. By design, it's not large. And what that does is when we do get large stuff like the birthday arc or the date or like special moments like when Chizuru is on her period and stuff, those moments have a lot of impact. They leave a big impact because they contrast those small moments that you live through for a while. Those small moments also act like how stuff in films act or in shows, where in films, what they do is that what they do in films, or sorry, in shows, is that there are times where the plot isn't moving forward, and that's by design. Because when it's not moving forward, you can do character exploration and you can get into characters. These episodes are usually called filler by people, but they're not really filler because they're usually used to explore characters. There is meaning behind it, but it's not just plot moving. This is something I love about TV shows, is that there's a lot of shows who do this really well, where they act as character exploration rather than just move the plot. And I love that Reiji just decides, you know what? We're slowing the fuck down. We're not going to go all plot. We're not going to explore this stuff. It's not all about the plot. We're just going to take our time now. And that works super effectively. So now, as he set up all this other stuff, now we can get back into the plot stuff. Now we can start exploring this stuff meaningfully. And that's what makes the date super, super effective. Because you go through the entire cohabitation saga, you feel and connect to their relationship, and then you get to this big date, and it acts as a culmination of everything. It's literally built on that foundation. You needed that foundation. So when you explain it like this, the pacing works because it's ever evolving. It's never the same. The problem I have with the way he's describing pacing is that the way he's going about it is linear. It's linear or binary. That's the problem with understanding writing. You cannot look at it in a linear or binary way because writing is just ever expansive and always different. There are many stories that are extremely slow paced, but are still really, really good. Pacing is not always a matter of actively engaging the audience. It can reflect the very narrative and what the narrative is trying to do. It's not always about being paced well. The pacing literally can reflect the story. And that's what Reiji does. The pacing reflects the story. Yes, it is long. And yes, Reiji is trying to make the story longer. That is a fact. He does want the story to be longer. However, he finds a meaningful way to do it. For instance, when he was talking about Fanbox, he was literally saying, I don't want to just make the story longer. Like, I don't want to just make it longer for the sake of it being longer. I want to find a way to do it in a meaningful way. Something that there's a purpose to the length. It's not just long. Because that's fucking stupid. And that's literally what he was saying. Like, seriously, if you listen to this dude and how he talks about shit, he puts a shit ton of thought into this. He puts a lot of thought into this. The dude takes his time and really thinks about it. The way he talks about films, the way he talks about these stories, like literally, I felt so fucking vindicated listening to him because I'm like, this is literally everything I'm fucking saying. Everything I'm saying, he's proving it, right? Okay. Anywho, let's finish what he said. Because all should be survived constructive criticism, blah, 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 blah. And the decision isn't just because of art or some master plan. It's so he can draw out things. See, when people say he's doing it because he can draw out things and make money, it infuriates me. Because that's not true. Because, for instance, he's doing the Shiunji family, and the Shiunji family is literally only like 11 volumes or 14 volumes. He says he's not going to make it any longer. It's going to end at that point. He could draw out the Shiunji family forever if he wanted to. No, he's limiting it to a specific set of volumes. It's not just so he can make money. Why would he do events like the Ruka event if it's just to make money? This is why I hate this argument. It doesn't add up. It makes no sense. He literally actively does things for the fans and for the readers and to reward us and to challenge us. It's not just for money. Of course he's getting fucking paid. Who isn't trying to get paid these days? But if you boil down an entire person to money, you end up with Mr. Beast. Because that's all Mr. Beast is. Mr. Beast doesn't care about art. Mr. Beast is not a fucking artist. He doesn't care about any of this shit. That's what you end up with. And that's why I hate it when people make out artists to be like this. Because that's not art. Reiji is an artist. He loves his art. And so when you boil down his entire existence to money, it frustrates me. That's not what he's doing. Every interview I've read of Reiji, he says how much he loves drawing manga. And he wants to keep doing it. And he always wants to invent new ways to write manga. He constantly talks about how he's so happy he's able to draw manga. For a long time, he tried to make his own series and he kept struggling. And he finally found something. This story means the world to him. These kids are literally, the characters in this story are literally his children. We were talking about this earlier, where this. Why does Reishi post this? Why does Reishi post this? Reishi post this is because the characters are literally his children. This is how he views them. They're like stupid little kids finally kissing. The little kids finally kissing and they're happy and they're all giddy and stuff. This is clearly from a future chapter, but he intentionally posts this like they're cute kids with puffy toys and puffy dresses and puffy clothes, because that's what they are to him. They're his children. He loves these characters to death. He loves Kazuya to death. So, something super fitting I heard in a completely different context. Reiji Mijime Sensei isn't doing this to make money. He earns enough money so he can continue to do this. Perfectly said. He earns enough money so he can continue to do this, not the other way around. Perfectly said. He wants to keep doing this. He loves this. He loves telling these stories. He loves exploring these things. He loves writing this stuff. He loves these characters. It's not for money. It's not just so he can keep dragging it out and make money. Because literally, when you read the story, what does he say in the story? There's 2 chapters we can easily nod back to. What does he say in the... Oh, come on. Don't crash on me, OBS. I beg of you, don't crash on me, bro. I need you to be okay. I don't have tabs open. No, not good things take time. There's two chapters. Oh. Whoops. Okay, my computer. Oops. Whoopsie. No, did I lose you fellas? I hope I didn't lose anybody. We see you. Good. All good. Fantastic. Fantabulous. Wonderful. Truly. When Kazi is talking to Kibe, he apologizes. I didn't get the time to hold grudges over stuff from months ago. An awkward dude is awkward because he can't treasure a bunch of things at the same time. Of course, people get big with money or power, but everyone has a small vessel they're born with, which they fill with things they can protect right up to the brim and live with it. To be honest, it was exhausting thinking that I'd been lied to all this time. I was jealous of you walking around with a bombshell, but I was happy for you too. I thought you were a good match. I believe that I could be more than honest and talk to you about stuff all the way down to my core. Isn't that interesting considering the context of the current narrative? So how weird do I look now, never even thinking to Google Chizuru Mizuhara? But she's your girlfriend, isn't she? So the bond you two have is real. Right? People fill their life with a vessel, right? There's another talk Kibe has with Kazuya. Not this one. No. Let's see here. Yep, here's the other one. Are we still good? Can you guys still see me? There's no issues. I don't need a new PC. My PC is actually pretty strong. The issues are OBS and shit. It's good. Okay. Here's the other one. What does Kibe say here? Now that things are actually happening, I'm really starting to lose my nerve. What, you getting married or something? Look, I don't know what you're worried about, but an S-Class babe like that, scared and stuff. And besides, there's something cool about that. Fucking up big, you know? It's not like you should make mistakes in life, but when you really make a mess, when you really earn your screw up, it makes what you say carry way more weight. I don't care about some guy who got a great deal on a watch at a 100 yen shop. I want to hear from someone who got fleeced on an expensive ass piece of shit. Kibe. Anyways, if you're going to do it, then do it. Everybody's at least once in their life experiences a miracle. Every dog has his day. And there's one more. I get everything you've been saying, and I know I'm in no position to task you to be okay with everything, anything and everything. And I get you can't always get what you wish for. But how do I put it? Maybe you could call it a dream. I'm always around a ton of cute people, but to tell you the truth, none of them are like you. And most cute people tend to do things for attention, but you're never like that. And compared to them, Master, I guess you'd call him real. People are scaredy cats. Oh, that's out of my reach. Oh, I'm aiming too high. They find excuses to give up on things. I'm sure they just want to protect themselves is all. But when I think about the first time Master talked about you, to see someone's love outshine their fears, nothing short of brilliant. What matters most in life isn't the stuff you get buried with, it's all the moments that are burned into your memory. Even if you two don't work out, I'll still be in his corner. That's how I see this. That's how I see them. He's literally saying, I'm going for this because I want to. I don't care about the money. I don't care about any of this shit. I'm doing this because it means something to me. And I want to write this story, and it matters to me. And if you guys heard half of the ways he talks about his fucking characters in the subscription feed, you would change your tune very quickly. You would change your tune very quickly. If you heard how passionate he was and how much he cares and how he analyzes and delves into films and shit, you would change your tune so quickly. That Reiji doesn't do this for the money. Reiji does not do this for the money. He does this for a dream, for an experience, for a memory. That's where you get buried. It's all the moments that are burned into your memory. That's what you have left in the end. Nothing else, right? We leave this world alone, and we enter it alone. But the experiences we have, that's what fucking matters. Reiji doesn't do this for the money, dude. And the decision isn't just because of some art master plan if he can draw to make money. This is a business to Reiji before it is art. There are artists, editors, publishers, and collaborators. Yes, he talks to them, but he disagrees with them actively. For instance, did you know that chapter 218, he came to the head editor and asked him directly, I want to draw this as it is. I don't want to change anything. And they said, okay. He fights them. He fights his editors. He fights these people. He can make, if his work gets them money, they'll leave him the fuck alone. Right? There's a trust in Reiji. They trust him because his work gets the job done. Like, why do you think Kojima is a thing? Why do you think Kojima is a thing? Sony just hands him money. And the dude, this shit's so funny. If you heard how Kojima talks, you would be like, what the fuck? How does he get to do that? When he saw that the early reviews of Death Stranding were too good, the game tests for Death Stranding 2 were too good, he's like, I'm going to change this. I want this to be more niche so more people appreciate it. Like, literally, I'm sorry. If the thing about artists and creators is that not all of them are stuck like this. Manga artists have a privilege that if they get to move a little bit further, they function a little better. Not everything is Shonen Jump. That's the problem. Is Shonen Jump is a great example of, oh shit, I gotta create something that appeals to people so they like it. This is why, for example, shows or manga like, Black Clover. Black Clover, when you initially start it, is very, very, very by the book. Very by the book. It's intentionally super safe. because it's trying to appeal to an audience. And then it flips that script once there's a sense of comfortability that it's not going to just get fucking axed, right? Rent-A-Girlfriend, like literally once you get past the early phases, in the early phases of Rent-A-Girlfriend, Reiji is somewhat catering. To some degree, it's kind of there. He's somewhat catering to traditional audience, romance manga audiences. After around chapter 50, it all flips. He starts writing what he wants. And then, as you get to Paradise, that's when he really gets explorative and really changes everything. Because he has that privilege now. He can. He's not going to just get axed. And he said in interviews, if they axe my manga, I have the final chapter ready. He said this in interviews. I can write the final chapter at any point. I can just end it. And literally, he's just like, if they axe my manga, so be it. I'm prepared for this. But he's not doing that. You guys are still here, right? Nobody's commenting. You guys can still see me, right? I don't... You guys have to keep talking, right? Because I don't know if you're still here or not, so I worry. I need to know you're still here and that you're still listening, so that way that... Okay, good. Just occasionally say something. It doesn't have to be anything meaningful. Good afternoon to you as well, Luvdu. Just say something. It doesn't have to be meaningful. Anyways. This is business, blah, 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 and rely on revenue from Rag, and it would be naive to think that dramatic pacing changes that slow things down the slow years. They didn't have to do with business. It's, again, this feels very narrow-minded in my opinion. There's a reason why dramatic shifts in the manga coincidentally occur on the same time a new season of the anime is coming out. Well, that's just good pacing. That's just good pacing. Reggie just thought it through. Like, he probably knows about the existence of the anime, and he's like I said, he's intentionally paralleling the current stuff around the anime, but that doesn't mean the chapters he wrote up until this point are meaningless. He's just structuring smartly, right? He's structuring the stuff smartly. Remember, they tell him, you find out a year in advance when the anime is releasing and what the time schedule is. You have plenty of time to plan. Reishi gets told about all this stuff. He knows way in advance. He knows years in advance. He can fucking plan. Right? Like, he can literally structure the story well and plan for that stuff. That doesn't mean, like, oh, coincidence. It's not coincidence. We know it's not. Don't say that we should just be talking. That's how we end up with random numbers. And just occasionally just say something. Just occasionally, hey, I'm still listening. That's fine too. Hey, I'm still listening. To Fate's credit, after I explained my viewpoint, I think I realized he realized I wasn't some blind hater. He was reasonable and acknowledged that I had a point, which is a lot about him because he didn't dig his heel in and argue for the sake of arguing. I fucking hate that. I fucking hate that. Understand? This is something I actually had to beat the shit out of me. I had to beat that out of me. Like, I fucking hated that. So I had to really just beat it out of me because I hated just arguing for the sake of argument. Some good insight, but occasionally some bad bedsiders manners. Hey, man, I'm going to be a dick sometimes. We roll with it. Plus, this is fucking Reddit. What are you talking about? This is fucking Reddit. Literally, everybody's a dick here. I used to think that yelling at Reddit parts of the videos are a bit much, but considering how bleak things have been around here for the last 5 weeks, some of y'all deserved it. Yeah, let's go. We get it. He's kind of a preacher who treats Rent-A-Girlfriend like preachers treat the gospel, doing extensive execs and trying to find signs and deep meaning literally everywhere and everything. That said, his analysis are the best you can find. I like, he preaches it, but he right though. He preaches. He's reading the goddamn gospel, but he right though. That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny. It's both a jab and a good, and he's like, "Why he good as shit though." Yeah, I'm from YouTube. Blah blah blah. I think I've seen this. Someone sent me this. Yeah, I already read this. But this is like an obvious one. Like, oh, of course it was gonna end with a fucking kiss. Why would you? That's an obvious. Probably the best analyst of the series. Discovered him around chapter 380, and his breakdowns are very in-depth. He has a zero tolerance rule for haters and trolls who discover his streams. I was the typical frustrated Rent-A-Girlfriend fan before I started watching him, and his breakdowns have made me appreciate Reiji and the manga more now. Oh, goal. That's the goal. That's the goal. That's the goal, to shift things, to change your POV. That's why I try to sometimes engage with people when I think they're reasonable. When they're purely haters. When they're just here to troll or just be jackasses, and I know they're not going to fucking listen. You're getting banned. Get the fuck out. Like, if you're just here to talk shit, gone, deleted, sent to the goddamn shadow realm. But if some people show up sometimes, and yes, they're frustrating, but I feel like I can engage. I feel like I can say something. I feel like I can actually reason with them. I will try. I will always fucking try if I think I can reach someone. But when you're not here to listen, when you don't care, when you're a blind little fucking bitch, I'm not gonna engage. You're just getting shadow realmed. When an author gets the anime green light, they can be a little riskier with their writing choices because they 100% aren't getting canceled until at least the end of the anime season. No, they're not going to get canceled, most likely, period. There's always a chance. There's always a chance, of course. But if your shit sells, like, because remember, the anime team can just keep selling merchandise of the female characters and it doesn't matter. So he can just keep going. He has a lot of leeway. He can just do his own thing. And literally, the director of season 2 and season 1, when chapter 380 dropped, literally said, fuck, it feels like we're back to pre-season 2 again. Because if you remember, season 2 came out after chapter 218, and they were getting a lot of shit. They were getting a lot of... Reiji, dude, why would Reiji write the things that he does if you see how much shit he gets? People are active. Literally, the way people treat him would like make other, like, if you're actively like doom scrolling, you'd feel suicidal. The way they treat you, it's disgusting. It's vile. If Reiji was only doing it for the money, why would he write chapters like these? Why would he write chapter 380? Why would he write chapter 218? He wouldn't. It doesn't make sense. Because he actively gets criticized for that shit, and people say he's awful and terrible and all that stupid shit. Like, literally, you don't make those kinds of choices. Like I guess some people can argue, oh, you do that to get attention, right? But he literally says, I don't do things for attention in the story. Like, he literally says that's not the point of living in the story. And Reiji doesn't, like, do that stuff. He just says stuff occasionally, and he follows trends, and he's actually, like, constantly engaging with people and curious what people think. Like, literally, he just feels like a person who's very curious. And not someone who's just doing it for the money. Like, he's content with his life, and he also, like, is happy with the people around him, and he constantly talks to his editor. Hey, is this choice okay? Do you think this choice is okay? And the editor actively supports him. The editors don't limit him. For instance, the editor, Reiji and the editor talked around midway through the cohabitation saga about bringing back Ruka, or Sumi, or Mami. And he literally said, like, they both agreed. It doesn't feel like the right time. Even though it would be really good and it would engage readers, this doesn't feel like the right time. It's stuff like that tells me he's more focused on the story he wants to tell rather than like bringing things back because it will engage readers. Because Ruka is easily the second most popular character in this story, without question. She's so popular, Reiji's doing a crowdfunding event for her. She's that goddamn popular. And yet, she's barely been in this manga. That's not a smart financial decision. Mami has gotten more screen time than Ruka. Sumi has barely had any screen time at all. She showed up once in the birthday arc and never appeared again. If this was a harem, that's a terrible fucking choice. Right? It's stuff like that contradicts the narrative that Reiji does it for money and just to prolong the narrative. That argument doesn't work because when you introduce actual evidence that can counter that and shows real, like, actual, no, that doesn't make sense, the argument falls apart very quickly. Sumi got a small spinoff and it just never continued. It went on indefinite hiatus because Reiji is working on the Shiunji family as well as Rent a Girlfriend, so he doesn't have time for it. He can't work on it, and he maybe doesn't have any new ideas. So he just never continued with it. But it's like stuff like that highlights my point. Like, Literally the Paradise arc doesn't have Sumi and it doesn't have Minnie, the two characters that can relieve a lot of the stress, intentionally removed. So you have to deal with it alone. So you have to deal with this shit on your own. Like, it's literally that argument just doesn't add up. When you start digging a little bit, it just doesn't add up. And I think it's frustrating for me when people say like, "Oh, he digs too much." Look, every story is that deep. Every story is that deep. Every story is that is always that deep. There's always a layer you can dig deeper into. There's no such thing you're digging too deep. That's not a thing. Every story is that deep. There's always something going on in the background. I just love to explore that. That is very meaningful to me. I love to explore that stuff. And I get frustrated when people are like, he digs too deep just because he cares about it. Let's see. I probably already said this, but I recently discovered your channel about a month ago, and again, Design always enjoyed the series. Your analysis gave me a whole new way of looking at it. Thank you. It means so much. I appreciate the fact that Reiji sticks to his guns and very solemnly caters to what the fans want. He does what he wants to do, and nobody else's opinion matters. Like, he does care about your opinion. Don't get me wrong. He actively actually doesn't acknowledge the audience in his writing. For instance, when Chizuru asks Kazuya if you love me in chapter 174, they get interrupted. You get a confession, and they get interrupted again. And on top of that, there's narrative purpose to it. The things that interrupt them are of their own making. So it literally works narratively and acknowledges the audience. And it's so funny because so many people at that time were saying, oh, another interruption is going to happen. He gives you 2 interruptions and a confession and literally tells you, shut the fuck up and sit down. And at the same time, it still works. It's so good. I would love more Sumi down the road. Yeah, if we get season 5 for the co-optation, many of the girls will be left out. Curious what they will do with Paradise without Sumi and Minnie. Will they animate some of the spinoff? They're already showing hints of Sumi, but no, I think they're going to play it straight. So like next chapter, they go to Mr. Donut, or next episode, they go to Mr. Donut, and they show Sumi getting something from there because she likes to get food from there, or she likes to get donuts from there. But they won't actually show the characters. According to these Reddit subs on the right, Sumi is the second in popularity. No, she's not. Ruka is. It's Chizuru, Ruka, Sumi, Minnie, Kazuya, Mami. Trying to find what chapter it is. No. 30, 31, 232, 218, 220. I can't find it. This is frustrating. Yeah, they did a character poll a while back, and it's always been consistent. Ruka is always in second place, and Chizuru is always in first place. It's consistent. There's a comment. What if Mishime Sensei literally ends the manga after Chizuru and Kazuya? No. There's too much shit to discover. No. Would y'all be okay? No, he's not. No shot. Wedding Girl Senpai does a good job of developing female characters. Yeah, but it's not a romance. I think that's the weird part. Is like people are always like, oh, it's such an amazing romance. I'm like, the romance is barely fucking there. Female characters are interesting. Yes. The romance is barely fucking there. Where the anime showed Ciazara and Hawaiians while they used parody for Mr. Donut. We don't know if they'll change Hawaiians' names, but sometimes they do that either to be playful or because maybe they don't have the rights. There's usually the reasons change. It really does depend. I think Hawaiians is really chill, and Ciazara is probably really chill, so they just let them do that. But there are things they sometimes have to change. I don't know about the ending of bunny girl, so don't spoil me. Unless you're referring to the anime, I don't know how the visual novel ends. Haven't watched. I haven't seen. I've seen one season and the first movie. The character pool, right? I know. Reishi said somewhere, which I mentioned, he said he will cover them dating and a bit of their marriage. I don't recall him ever saying that. I don't recall him ever saying that. I can't afford a 5-hour commit every week. I mostly read Verka as a serious discussion, so it's not far off phase. We're not. Verkaz, what the fuck, man? What the fuck, man? In a world where most content creators need to talk about things they don't like to stay relevant, it's good to see someone talking about something that they genuinely love. Oh. He doesn't criticize the series enough when it needs to be. No, because I know you're stupid when you're fucking criticizing shit. Maybe not you directly, but a lot of the criticism is stupid as shit. So I don't like to just criticize. I don't criticize for the sake of criticizing. I don't criticize for the sake of criticizing. I don't treat a story, oh, it displeased the fans, therefore it sucks. I'm not saying you tried to be. I'm just fucking with you, dude. No, I don't criticize a story when it does something I think the readers won't understand. I think that's fucking stupid. Just because a reader doesn't understand, it doesn't mean that's the story's fault. I criticize a story when its messaging is bad. I criticize a story when what it's trying to say is fucking stupid and it's messing up and it's doing it weird. I criticize a story when there's narrative inconsistencies. I criticize a story when what you're showing me looks bad or messy or shitty. The reason you don't see me criticize this series much is because it actually doesn't look bad to me. Because I'm not seeing this shit that I fucking hate and I'm very familiar with in this story. So, like, the only thing I can criticize about the recent chapter is that the blister is seemingly gone. Reishi occasionally draws the blister and occasionally it's not fucking there. That's the only thing I can really criticize, as in, oh, that's kind of stupid. Why the fuck is the blister gone? Other than that, most of what it's doing is good. I don't criticize things just to criticize. If you're here to listen to me criticize something, go watch me watch the anime. I do plenty of criticism of the fucking anime. One of the best analysts out there, soon YouTube recommend. Simply the best YouTuber who talks about Kanokari with real insight. Oh. All the others just pose rage bait with no depth whatsoever, but Johan is incredibly emotionally intelligent and always refreshing to hear his perspective. The only downside is that his videos are several hours long and he tends to jump between topics, so even though he explains things very well, it's hard to find the parts about specific subjects. I know, I'm sorry. It's my ADHD. I'm working on it, okay? Once we finish this stream, I'm going to take a small, this is the last thing we're doing. Once I'm done with this, I'm going to take a small break. And I'm already going to start editing some shit and putting some stuff together so you guys have like a condensed thing you can really appreciate. I'm working on it. I'm doing what I can. He's one of the few YouTubers that are actually positive about Kanokari. In fact, I joined during the aftermath of Chapter 80, and those streams helped me get through all the negativity. He has an interesting way of analyzing the series and gave me a new perspective on some parts of the story. His predictions are often overly optimistic, but that's not a bad thing. His Tuesday and Wednesdays Kano streams make this chapter releases even more fun. I only wish he'd make shorter videos as well, because those get way more attention from the anime manga community. I know. I'm working on it. I'm literally going to do it in a bit. Just give me a fucking second. Johan Fate is Verkez. I saw this. I'm like, how did you get downvoted? You're right. He's wrong, though. Unless you're talking about Verkez. Someone call. Wait, you're not Fate? Lol, all right, then. I mean, you guys do tend to share the same talking points. We disagree on a lot. I fucking hate some of Verkez's, takes, bro. I disagree on Verkez's takes sometimes. I'm like, bro, what the fuck are you talking about? When he's been saying in videos, but hey, if you're not Fate, who am I to argue? I'll just apologize for mixing you two up. What else does he say? I don't agree with a lot of his takes, but I still think he's a solid YouTuber. His thumbnails are great, and he clearly knows the series well. That said, I do think he's overly biased towards Chizuru. Even when something is clearly on her, he'll twist it to make it Kazuya's fault, and that's where I personally take issue. Chizuru does do bad things, but Kazuya did fuck up in this date. That's just a fact. Chizuru was trying really damn fucking hard in this date. Chizuru was trying really damn fucking hard in this date. And Kazuya refused to show himself. He was hiding the entire goddamn time. Read through the date again. How many answers did Kazuya give honestly? How many answers did he give honestly? How honest was he throughout the entire day? How much of the day is him freaking the fuck out and constantly worried he's going to fail this investigation and this research, never giving her an honest answer? I'm biased towards Chizuru, and understand, Kazuya is my favorite fucking character. Kazuya is my favorite fucking character. So when I'm biased towards Chizuru, understand, Kazuya's fucking up. I love my boy. He's great. But in the date, he was making a mistake. And I criticize both of them. I point out how the reason I was defending Chizuru so heavily is because people were just out to get her. Like, it was vile. They're acting like Chizuru just, like, killed a man. And I'm just like, what the fuck? That's not, what the shit? That's why I was so defensive of her. So when it comes to facts and overall series knowledge, he, Eddie, and others of the group are pretty well informed. I won't deny that, but being informed doesn't mean your opinion is above critique. So? Here you are criticizing me. When did I say my opinion was above critique? Bitch, I'm here to fight. Let's box. Bring it. Fucking bring it, brother. When did I ever say my opinion was above critique? That's a weird, like... Look, no offense to this person if they are here. No offense to this person. But when you write things like that, it feels like you're just trying to have the last word. At least to me. At least to me. No offense to this person. If they watch this, look, I'm not trying to be rude here. But I never said my opinion was above criticism. I actively look to chat and I question my own opinions. I actively question my own takes too. Sometimes I don't understand things. And I actively look to people to get answers because I don't understand. I recognize my opinions can be flawed. I recognize my opinions are flawed, and that's why I turn to people. That's the point. I know my opinions aren't perfect. I sometimes misanalyze things. I sometimes look at my old analysis and I completely disagree with myself. Sometimes I'm like, wow, I look at this thing and I'm like, hey, I'm kind of correct about this. So for instance, when I did some of my predictions, some of them were right, just in the wrong ways. I did the right analysis. I did the correct prediction. It was just for the wrong character. Like, literally, I did the right predictions for the wrong things. That's where I tend to clash with him. For example, his recent video arguing that Chizuru has been active one while Kazuya has been passive. I just can't get behind that. From what I've seen, Kazuya who's consistently made his effort to pursue. Kazuya is pursuing her. He's not being honest. Kazuya is pursuing her. He's not being honest. He was honest at the very end of the date. And that's when he really got through to her. Kazuya was enacting everything. He was creating scenarios. He was following through these plans that he made. Even at the very end, he's trying to give very limited, controlled answers. He's not being his honest self. Yes, he is pursuing Chizuru. And yes, he keeps giving Chizuru hope. And then he never does anything. He literally Dude. He goes drinking with her. After drinking, they go to a super romantic spot. And she says they wanted to talk and something was going to happen. And there's a fundamental misunderstanding between the two of them. Where Chizuru is expecting him to like kiss her or something. It's literally the perfect kissing spot. And Chizuru unintentionally sends Kazuya a signal that she's uncomfortable with these people making out. Even though she wants him to do something. They're literally both misinterpreting each other. But Kazuya needed to take some action. They reach a perfect spot. They reach a perfect fucking spot. And Kazuya wants to leave. Dude. You just went out drinking with a girl. You're on a date. Everybody's been telling you you're super close. Why don't you hold hands? Go for a kiss. Do something. He doesn't do any of this. He's too busy being afraid and worrying. Kazuya in the date defines himself by fear, not by love. The moment he starts defining himself by love, he reaches her. Almost immediately. That's the problem. Kazuya is being passive. He's being passive in that, yes, he is pursuing her, but he's not taking actual action. Actual meaningful action. He's just so busy letting her be comfortable that he's not realizing what's happening. And when things happen, he doesn't do anything. So for instance, when she grabs him in the thing, when she grabs him when they're in the fear hall, or not the fear hall, like the fear lodge. What happens? Kazuya doesn't like. He's like, did that even happen? She seems normal. Did that even happen? He never asks, "Are you okay? Are you comfortable? Did you need something?" He always imagines it. He never like tells her, "Are you okay? I'm here for you. It's okay if you're afraid or something." Like, he never comforts her. Chizuru never gets comfort in the date. In the date, when Kazuya, when they go eating together, when they go eating in the date, and Chizuru wants to pay half, he makes her feel isolated because he tells her, "I want to pay for everything." When Chizuru wants to be a part of this date, she literally tells him, "Me paying is me being part of this date. Let me pay. Let me give something." He says, "No, let me pay. I want to pay the whole thing. I want to look cool," which makes her feel guilty. And she literally tells him after, like, "You are cool. Why are you thinking of yourself? Like, don't talk about yourself like this. You are cool. Don't do this to yourself." Literally, most of the date is Kazuya not loving himself enough, not loving his choices, not loving his actions. He needs to love himself, and that's why in the end, when he finally accepts himself, she accepts him too. He accepts her, and she accepts him. That's the fucking point. So it's your go-to analysis or breakdowns. Cool, I get it. I just don't be afraid to question some of the interpretations, being knowledgeable and being really... I'm down to be questioned. I respect him very much. He's incredibly insightful, and I try to watch at least part of his streams every week. I don't agree with all of his interpretations, but we're pretty close. But we are pretty close. He is much better with predictions than me, but his predictions were honestly kind of all over the place these past few weeks too. However, his situation is quite volatile. I mean, to be fair, when you pieced all of them together, it fucking worked, didn't it? When you pieced all of them together, it really fucking worked, didn't it? Every single thing I said was correct. It's how it was portrayed that was incorrect. That was the cool part, is like, my prediction was wrong on the surface level. The idea behind the prediction was correct. And that's where my shit landed. That's how I pulled some good shit off. Yonfei is a great rent-a-girlfriend content creator analyst. Even though I'm not there all the time, his streams and last he goes highs through a lot of explaining and plots and things, takes interest in the story. Okay, we read through the whole thing. Woo! We got through the whole thing. Thank you guys. That was very nice. I really appreciate it. I did get a little heated at some points. Just understand, I'm not attacking you. I do get heated, and I'm a very passionate person. I'm not attacking you. I try to be as respectful as possible with how I approach communicating with people. I just try my best to be respectful as possible. I do lose it sometimes when we're watching content creators. I do lose it sometimes when we're watching content creators because some of the things they say frustrate me. I actually just viscerally get mad. And even then, when I do say something I don't think is correct, I do take it back. I'm like, okay, that wasn't fair. That was rude. I know, for instance, when we were watching the Sydney video, there's a part where, like, I said, bitch. But I wasn't trying to call her a bitch. That's just my natural reaction when people say stupid shit. I just say bitch. And it's weird because I'm not used to watching female creators. Unfortunately, the creating sphere is very oversaturated with men. So naturally, my common reaction works if I'm watching a man. It does not work when I was watching a woman. And I felt bad about that. And I felt like that. I felt the need to correct myself. And I felt the need to apologize because it didn't feel right. Like, I'm like, no, that's not my intent. I didn't want to call her that. I actually thought Sydney, despite all of her misinformation and despite her overreaction, was actually trying to be somewhat reasonable in contrast to most of the people who were watching this series. And it was really refreshing because for the most part, she didn't feel reasonable. Gaunt doesn't feel reasonable. A lot of the people, Joey, Connor, Didus, don't feel reasonable. So it was so refreshing seeing someone who is in that sphere, who is big, despite spreading a fuck ton of misinformation, actually try to be somewhat reasonable. And this is why I don't want to get angry and frustrated. With Mother's Basement, I was very angry and frustrated, and I'm not. I don't like this video, and I never will. I felt that was disgusting. That video was vile, and it was intentionally inflammatory. It's full of disinformation. It's intentionally wrong. He knows he's wrong. He admits to being wrong, and he doesn't care. And that, to me, is frustrating. Everyone is making mistakes. Don't worry about it. I know. But I regardless, I want to make my intent clear. I don't like I don't like how do I describe it? I just liked being respectful of other people. I like to care for other people and be respectful of others because I feel everybody deserves the time. When you don't treat other people kindly, I will not treat you kindly. But when you do treat others with respect, I want to try to be respectful too. And so I feel the need to say this stuff sometimes because it just doesn't feel right. It doesn't feel right, and it frustrates me because there's so much injustice in our world, and it doesn't feel right, and it makes me feel gross inside, you know? So I actively want to, be the opposite of that. It's the reason Superman is my favorite fucking character. It's the reason he's my favorite superhero because he embodies this, right? God, I'm already tearing up a little bit. I'm getting emotional. I fucking love that movie. It's so peak. Superman's so fucking peak. This is why Fate says ignore his earlier videos. Yes, this is exactly why. This is exactly why. I say some stupid fucking shit in my older videos. I was still a dumb little fucking bitch. Don't listen to me then. He's mixing, he's mixing us up a little bit. I used to like Chizuru, but I'm striding with my man Kazuya because I sympathize with him. I think once Reiji explores Chizuru and talks about all the stuff I've been saying, I think people's tune will completely fucking change. It's going to be so interesting when he starts getting to explore that, because Reishi is going to explore that. We're going to get a lot of answers about Chizuru. He's going to explore this massive mystery that we've had up until this point, and he's going to take his time deconstructing it and delving into it. And that's going to be so interesting. So fucking interesting. Where we're really going to delve into Chizuru's character. We're going to deconstruct this entire fucking mystery we've had up until this point. I think people's tune is completely going to change when they start seeing it from her POV. You're going to be like, what the fuck? What the fuck? This all makes complete sense now. What the shit? And literally, I think that's actually what's going to end up happening. Like, people are going to feel like assholes. They're going to be like, holy shit, I didn't understand anything. Anywho. Can you read my comments on this thread? I think you'll get a good laugh. Did I already read it? I don't know if, I don't know which one's your comment. I feel like I read it. It's the same for me. Puzzle head rip. You start understanding Rag more when you stop expecting things to happen how you want and observe what the author wants to convey. Perfectly said. Well said. One of the times where just being yourself is the right choice. Yeah. That's why we don't date Chizuru near. That's why we don't date Chizuru near an Umi or rejection is guaranteed. I mean, it's literally just don't be fake as fuck. Let me put it this way: I've been defending both of them the whole time, but people just don't understand how complex these characters really are. Yeah, I totally get you, Jorg. It's really sad. It is very sad. Everyone is making mistakes. Don't worry about it. I really feel bad for Reiji. He doesn't deserve all this hate. Yeah, and people don't want to understand him because it's comfortable to hate. It's easy to hate people. It's so easy to hate people. It's so easy to hate people because when you hate someone, you dehumanize them. It's easy to not like someone when you don't consider them a real person, when they're just a person on the other side of the screen. But then you get to know them for a second and suddenly you're like a fucking asshole. That's why I love characters about empathy. The reason I love Superman, he is literally a fucking god, straight up, and he chooses to be a human being. He chooses to empathize, to connect, to make choices for other people. He chooses to love and feel and struggle like other people instead of literally being a god. That's why I don't like those, ooh, evil Superman spin-off bullshit. I don't like that crap. It's stupid. This is why I don't like the Man of Steel film. The Man of Steel film is not Superman. That's not Superman. That's some other character who's not about empathy and connection, who's not about hope and perseverance and finding another way besides the two choices that you're presented with. I really want to get past this will they, won't they stuff and move into a relationship problems and dealing with stuff together as a couple. It happened, bro. I think they will explore Chizuru's character at some point, and we will realize how little we knew. And I bet we will see that we could have seen everything if we had known how to look. Straight up. I want Reiji to just kind of blow people's fucking minds. Literally like, what the fuck? What the fuck? I like Batman too. Superman's my favorite. I like Batman too, but Superman's my favorite. I like Batman, but like Batman is awesome. Because of how empathetic and kind he is. The reason these two are best friends is because they're more similar than they appear. They look like opposites, but they're really fucking similar. Like they literally share like a tragic backstory in a sense. Both of them lost their families. Both of them are like literally empathize and connect to people. Both of them literally have things in ways other people like. Batman is a fucking billionaire, but he doesn't care about any of that stuff. He uses it to help other people, right? So other people don't experience what he experiences. I love them both. That's why they're the duo. That's why they're best friends. In the comics, they're fucking best friends. That's the best part. But I love Superman personally because Superman is the silly dude who dresses in his undies just so children can smile. Whereas Batman is, the guy who, it looks scary, but is actually very kind. I like Superman because he looks goofy and stupid. I love that in the film, they kept the undies. Because that is the point. He doesn't want children to feel afraid of him. That's why he wears those. That's why he wears the stupid boots. That's why he wears a cape. He wears a cape not because it's ideal, but because it tells you Superman is here. It tells you this person is here to help you. Like there's a hero here. That's why he wears a cape. That's why literally it's antithetical to what is it? They both glaze each other all the time. Batman and Superman like glaze the shit out of each other. It's so great. Don't know what to say about me, but I like Batman more than again. My entire life has been rather dark. Jesus. I mean, people hate Batman v Superman. I love it. No comment. I love Batman and Wonder Woman interactions. Wonder Woman turns into Diana around him, and Batman is a tsundere. Yeah, I do. That is kind of cute. I love the Justice League TV show that ships them together. It's really cute. I love that the trio are besties. Wonder Woman, Batman, and Superman are like all besties, and they get together. They just hang out. But I love that Batman and Wonder Woman ship Lois and Superman. I love that so much. I love that they ship them super hard. That's so great. And they all like interact with each other's love lives and try to help the other person. That's so great. What if we get a reverse and Rent-A-Girlfriend, Shinji family children are in the same world? That Reishi kind of joked about that and like some stuff, but it's like technically it is, technically it isn't. Do you like my adventures with Superman? I thought it was really cute. Yeah, I've still yet to finish season 2. I was like midway through season 2, but I didn't finish it. I thought it was great. Lois got a shit ton of hate for shit for that Lois just does. Like, I thought that was so funny. I was just like, bro, why are people comparing her to Amber from Invincible? Like, literally, all of that shit was fucking foreshadowed. It's actually a great example of people just fucking hating complex female characters. Like, literally, the way people treat Chizuru, same thing as Lois. Literally, she acts it was all foreshadowed. Every single aspect of that was fucking foreshadowed. It's kind of wild. People are like, oh, I can't believe they ruined her character. I'm like, what the fuck? It was literally all there. Matt Reeves finished the script for Batman Part 2. Did he? That's awesome. You know what's cool too? James Gunn, the director for Superman, glazes the shit out of Matt Reeves. He fucking loves him. He's like, this dude's peak of shit. What do you think of the Nolan Batman trilogy? It's good, but it's not for me. It is good. There's amazing writing in it, but it's not for me. I don't like it. I personally don't like it. I do know people love it. I know people glaze the shit out of it. It started the modern day superheroes in a sense, but for me, it's not my thing. I'm not a huge fan. I do think like the script writing. So Christopher Nolan writes really good scripts. And his concepts are really fucking interesting. But at times, I kind of struggle to connect to the characters because of the way he presents them. It's not that there's no depth. There is. I've seen a lot of videos exploring that stuff just to like see other people's perspectives and opinion. One particular video on the Dark Knight trilogy that I really fucking liked is from Totally Not Mark. Totally Not Mark is amazing at analysis. Like, he's really fucking good. And I really liked his analysis of The Dark Knight because it gave me a completely different POV. I initially really didn't like the films, and he changed my POV completely, and I really appreciated that. Like, that actually really helped me out a lot, and I started to appreciate the films a lot more. He even helped me appreciate the Tom Holland films a little bit more, because the Spider-Man Tom Holland films, because they always felt a little weird to me. And he gave me like a newfound appreciation for them, despite like my frustration with those films, that they felt kind of weird. Have you seen Classroom of the Elite? It's okay. I dropped it after season 1. I think I watched a little bit of season 2, and I just kind of didn't care. I heard the novels were a lot more interesting, but I have a hard time starting novels sometimes. So I like tried, but I didn't really get into it. Tenet was a pain in the ass to watch. What the fuck was Tenet? What the fuck was Tenet, dude? What the shit was that? The main dude is called Protagonist. It's literally just a concept film. It's just the concept behind that weird time travel shit he was doing. Like, the concept is super interesting, but why does nobody have a real fucking name? Like, what the I don't remember anybody's name in that film. I don't know anybody in that film. I don't remember anything in that film. What the shit? Opinion on Star Wars in general. Original trilogy's awesome. The prequels are hidden gems. The prequels are hidden gems. They're fucking weird. They're like weird opera shit, but they're hidden fucking gems. I actually love the shit out of the prequels. I actually started with the prequels. So I watched the prequels when Blockbuster was still around, and I rented them and watched them. That's how I saw the prequels. And then I saw the first film. I lived in Virginia for a little bit, and when I lived in Virginia, I was going to high school there, and there was a high school that had a theater, like a theater in the school, and they played the original Star Wars in that theater for one of our classrooms, and it was peak as fuck. I'm like, what the shit? This is awesome. So I do love the original Star Wars a whole bunch. I love the prequels in their own special way, even though they're kind of fucking weird. I do love them in their own special way. Post Disney, it's weird. I think Last Jedi is such a weird fucking experience because it's literally like two things just smashing into their fucking faces. It's literally a corporate entity wanting Star Wars to be a certain way versus a very creative director. I forgot the dude's name. He's really smart. I like Knives Out. Like, it's literally a clash between this like really creative director who wants to explore these concepts and has really interesting things to say about these concepts, but then there's things about them that just don't work. The first one is what was the fucking first one? The I forgot the name of it. It was okay. I really hated the subversion that like Finn isn't the fucking Jedi. I'm like, bro, why hype it up? Why hype it up and then just be like, oh, pull the fast one. He's not actually a fucking Jedi. I'm like, bro, what the shit? Even the actor doesn't like it. And then Rey being a fucking Palpatine, and they pull that shit out of their fucking ass. I'm like, what the fuck is this? That last movie was stupid as shit. And then afterwards, I kind of just don't give a shit. There are some awesome Star Wars crap. There's some awesome Star Wars stuff that I enjoy. Like, I like some of the shows. The shows are really creative. I remember Rogue One. Rogue One has the best. Has the best Darth Vader scene. That Darth Vader scene at the end of Rogue One is so fucking peak. Absolute fucking peak. Jesus Christ, that shit's so fucking cool. Luke Skywalker was so botched. Oh yeah, no. What the fuck did they do to him in that movie? Like, what the shit, dude? Literally the embodiment of hope. And that happens. I'm just like, what the fuck, dude? Andor is very well written, at least season 1. I started Andor. I never got to finish it. Clone Wars is peak. Oh yeah, I've seen the animated shows. They were really good. I saw Clone Wars. I didn't see the sequel to the animated shows, but I have seen most of it. I saw season 1 of Mando. And then I didn't really watch season 2 or 3. I do like how Disney made Darth Vader a literal fucking beast. In Rogue One, that's it. That's the only time he's super fucking cool. Every other time he's just, yeah, whatever. Oh yeah, I saw the Obi-Wan TV show. It's so fucking boring. So fucking boring and makes no goddamn sense. Like, what the shit? It makes no fucking sense. And I actually don't like that show. I love it for one reason. What's his name? Hans Christensen, I think is his name. Star Wars actors. I gotta remember their names. I think it's Hayden. Prequels. Hayden Christensen and Ewan McGregor coming back in that show is the only reason I love it. That was the only reason I love it. I was so happy to see them. I was so happy to see them retake their roles and like be their characters. That was the best part of the show. How much love they had for their roles. That was so peak. That was so fucking peak. Don't use the "let's make shit great again" slogan in my fucking chat, motherfucker. Georgia, whatever, man. Don't use that shit here. No, don't do that shit here. Oh my god. Hayden Christensen, yeah, it is so awesome seeing him. I didn't watch Ahsoka. I didn't really care for it. But Hayden Christensen, I fucking love this man. He got so much shit when the prequels came out, and I'm so glad he's getting love now. It makes me so fucking happy, dude. By the way, random thought just popped into my head. I love that Kingdom Hearts has so much fucking inspiration from Star Wars, because there's a track that plays in Kingdom Hearts that literally sounds like Duel of the Fates, and it's so fucking cool. It's so fucking cool. I fucking love Kingdom Hearts. It's literally the prequel of Kingdom Hearts is inspired by Star Wars and literally has Mark Hamill playing like the equivalent of the Jedi, and it has what's his name? Leonard Nimoy from Star Trek, who plays Spock, playing the villain Master Xehanort. And I'm like, that's so fucking cool. That's so fucking cool. Oh, dude, Kingdom Hearts has some peak shit, dude. I fucking love that series. Kingdom Hearts was my favorite video game for the longest time. The tweet from Reiji about two dolls kissing. The last time Reiji showed toys was in chapter 80 and with the teddy bear, Bridge, and the groom. No, he showed toys before. I'm pretty sure. But yeah, those are two dolls kissing. You are correct. Those are two dolls kissing. Like, they're both dolls. It's so cute. Jesus. As per my last point, these people have such sims it kind of hurts. Well, you're getting fucking blocked. Oh my lord. What the... What the fuck? What the fuck? Who actually saw what I was just looking at? Who actually just saw what I was looking at? Who just saw what I was fucking looking at? Bro. I went to this person's account because I was just like, what the fuck is their deal? He's saying, oh, he's such simps. And literally their banner is them doing a Nazi salute. Their banner is them doing a fucking Nazi salute. What the fuck? Who the fuck are you calling a simp? You like Hitler? What the fuck? What is this stream? What the fuck is this stream? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Okay. I think that's... I think this is a great time. Oh my god, 50k views. Hell yeah, brother. Only 1.6 likes, but 50k views. Hell yeah. I'm glad this post got so much attention. Even if it's like, they're not giving me the likes. I'm glad it got so much attention. That actually does make me happy. Literally, I just want to reach people, honestly. Like, initially, when I was first doing content creation, a part of it was because, like, I was doing it because to get popular. I kind of wanted to do it initially because I felt like I had a good creative mind and I wanted to channel that somehow. Um, but now I'm kind of at a point where I just want to create. I just like creating. I just really enjoy the process, and I really love creating, and I want to make like more interesting videos. I want to edit some really interesting videos. I want to make digestible content for people. I want to explore shit more meaningfully, and I think I'm kind of happy I got to that point with create like with being an artist. Like I want to really be an artist. I don't want to be a content creator. I don't really care for that because I think if you create amazing stuff, people will come anyway. You don't need to constantly create things. You don't need to constantly search for the next thing to discuss. I think if you just create and you enjoy creating and you really feel like you're evolving, people will come. Like in a sense, Chisholm's grandpa is right. If you just keep like if you keep dreaming and you keep believing and you keep like working towards that, your dreams will come true. People will come. And they will enjoy your stuff. And people have shown up. They've enjoyed my stuff. I just really want to focus on some videos because I think that'll, you know, get us some interesting results. Uh, Jokes, be warned. You're in the wrong fucking stream, buddy. You in the wrong fucking stream, buddy. Wrong fucking stream, buddy. Total flake. What a flake. She's such a flake. I love you. Words that were said, words that were not said, but felt. We're going to end it there. I think now is a good place to stop. My throat kind of fucking hurts. Yeah, I think I've been talking a little too much. I don't think I'll stream tomorrow. I think I'm going to take the time to work on some videos. If I find the time to stream before Spoilers comes out, I might do it. Spoilers come out on Saturday, I believe, right? Or no, they come out Sunday. Spoilers come out Sunday, I believe. So here, let me switch to me, just me. Spoilers come out on Sunday, I believe, right? So I can probably maybe fit in one more stream somewhere. I don't know when. I'll find the time when. If there's anything you guys want to, they come out Monday. I see them Sunday though. Are you sure? Sunday night, Monday morning. Okay, so maybe I'll fit in a stream, maybe Saturday or maybe Friday. But I'm gonna take this time in between to kind of try to do some interesting stuff. Uh, oh, I can show you guys something before we leave. Sometime I'll probably have something I want to talk about. I'll probably eventually get something I do want to talk about. So I will eventually stream, but I think giving myself this time to just kind of recuperate and then work on some editing some stuff, I think that will be interesting. So I'll work on that. I do want to show you guys something. So here, one sec. Come on. There we go. Sorry. Sorry. I know my face is too close. You can work now. Come on. You can work. I believe in you. Maybe I can change the lens. Oh, there we go. That works. So I'm gonna show you guys something interesting. I got it like a new. I changed some stuff around and I put up some of my stuff. Check it out. What the hell? God, I really need to get rid of this fucking Adderall. It's just like sitting on the desk. I don't even fucking use it. Rent a Girlfriend Switch game. What? Yeah, there is. There is a Switch game. Here, 1 sec. I'm just fixing it. There we go. Should be good. Yes, there is in fact a Rent a Girlfriend Switch game, and it's also on PS4. It's a visual novel. It's not canon. It's not canon. It supposedly takes place. It supposedly takes place like somewhere in the movie arc. They apparently needed more money or some shit. They just introduced some like doujinshi plot. And they needed more money, so they all go together, and somehow everybody's there, including mommy. And, you know, you can go all these different routes, and you can interact with the female characters and all that, and it's all completely voice acted, except for Kazuya, who barely has lines, apparently, which is really fucking weird. But everybody else is voice acted, except for him. And it just seems okay. Most of the fans, like, finished it and said it was okay. It's just an alright experience. The summer of the movie, it's supposedly like in the summer, and they needed some extra money, so they go on this trip, which makes no fucking sense, by the way. But you know, they're just like, oh, we're just gonna put that in there. It seemed cute. I didn't open my box. My box is still sealed. I don't want to open it. I want to buy like a separate copy, whether it be PS4 or something, and I want to have that be the copy. But I didn't want to open this box. I wanted to keep it sealed. Thank God I only bought volumes because those figures and acrylics aren't allowed here in my house. I think you mentioned that. I don't know they had that. The summer of the movie. I might want to buy the PS4 game just because. Yeah, interestingly, if you buy it from Amazon Japan, you get... Here, I'll show you. So, they made these, like, art pieces. They made these, like... Reishi drew these pieces. Reishi drew these pieces. You get one for each of the heroines, and you get them at random when you purchase the volume. So you can get Minnie. You can get Minnie, and I have Mommy. The first one I got gave me Mommy, and then I found Minnie online, and I bought it because people were selling it online. And I found, the other day, I found Chizuru, Ruka, and Sumi, and I bought all of them. So now I have all of them. I was initially going to buy the PS4 version, because if you still buy it from Amazon, if you go to Amazon right now and you buy it, you can still get these. These will still come with it. In fact, when I bought the Season 3 Blu-ray, it still came with the bonuses. They still had the bonuses even now. Some of them still have the bonuses. Some don't. But some still do. So, is the game in Japanese? Yes, it's completely Japanese. There's no English. There was no English translation. That takes time and money. They did not do that. If they were going to do that, they would release it here. We may eventually get that. We may not. There's no guarantee. I think maybe they don't really want to, but they may. Because those companies do sometimes do it. For example, Quintessential Quintuplets had a visual novel. It's the same exact company. The same exact company that made the Quintessential Quintuplets visual novels are the same ones that made this one. And they eventually did localize it. You can play those games. They are localized. So maybe we might get that eventually. There's no guarantee, but we might. There's a possibility. Personally, for me, my goal is like learn Japanese so I can play this fucking game. Learn Japanese so I can play this fucking game. It's a Japan exclusive. Yeah, you can buy it from Amazon Japan. You can buy it from Amazon Japan. There's other sites you can go to buy it secondhand. I found a few people selling it secondhand. Yeah, mages. I'll probably still buy it to fill out my PlayStation physical collection. Dude, I've been working on that lately. I got a PS5 that's so I found a PS5 on Facebook Market, and someone was selling it for like $300, and it's a disc version. I'm like, finally, I can collect discs and shit again. It's so good. I'm so happy. But everything's expensive, so I have to take my time, you know. Like, literally, I try to limit how much I spend. Everything's too fucking expensive. You gotta be really careful, because inflation's, like, literally, be really careful with how you spend your money, please. Because inflation's, like, going the fuck up, and everything is costing more. and it doesn't look good. Like we really don't know where all that's. Like, I don't want to talk about politics here, but you know, just be careful how you spend your money. Just because we don't know where any of that shit's gonna go, you know. That's why it's good to save right now. Just make sure you got money in your bank and just keep saving, just in case anything happens. If nothing happens, great. If something does happen, fuck. I paid a fair $722 for mine. I'm a bargain shopper. When the PS5 first came out, nobody could have access to it. My mom, I'm still so frustrated this happened. I'm still paying her back because I fucking hate it. My mom went to Walmart online and someone scalped her for $1,000. That's when the PS5 first came out. I was so fucking mad. I was happy I got a PS5, but someone scalped her for $1,000 and it wasn't even the disc version. I was so fucking frustrated. And I've been literally just paying her back this whole time because I'm like, that's not okay that you spend this much. But yeah, I think I've long paid it back now that I think about it. Yeah, I've long paid it back. You know, I give her money every time I get a paycheck, so like I've long paid it back. It doesn't matter at this point. But yeah, I was so frustrated when I first found this out. I'm like, what the fuck? Because it was nice. It was like, oh my god, I got a thing, and I'm like, wait, how did you get this? How did you get this? Wait a sec. How much did you spend? How did you get this? And that's literally my reaction. And the moment I found out, I'm like, oh my fucking god. I was not okay. Yeah, I don't know why though. The PlayStation 5 Slim with disc version is really loud sometimes. Like it'll just be like literally like that. I'm like, what the fuck? Why is this so goddamn loud? Oh man, GTA 6. Yeah, that. How much you want to bet that's gonna just end up on PS6? I don't want to wait until reg prices, and I had money and waiting for play FF7 so bad. Oh, FF7 peak. Fucking love that series. It's so peak. Okay. I think we talked plenty. I kept ranting a little bit, so I'm gonna just stop now. Thank you guys for watching. If you enjoyed this content, please consider subscribing, the like button, and the bell icon. Keep up with the uploads. This is for the YouTube stuff. Also, if you enjoy my content, consider joining the Discord where you can talk to me directly and all that fun stuff. And finally, consider supporting me on Patreon to make this more easier for me to do so I can actually keep making content. I actually struggle to create videos because I don't have that much time. I literally work a day job, and I come from the day job, I come home, and I do this stuff. So I technically work 2 jobs here. It's not easy. I would really appreciate it if you could support me. It would mean a lot. But yeah, with that said, if you guys enjoy this content, consider also joining the streams. I stream Tuesday and Wednesday, and sometimes I stream over the weekend before spoilers release. I don't stream during spoilers because I don't want to get fucking spoiled. I don't care for that shit. It's frustrating. It's annoying as hell. So, with that said, thank you for watching. I've been Fate, and remember, let's mosey. Okay, fellas, that's it. That's it. Have it horizontal because have it horizontally because the liquid coolant can spill about damage it. Oh, I always keep it horizontal. I don't put my shit up vertically. It bothers the shit out of me. That's fucked up. Okay, and that's it for today, fellas. Thank you guys for watching. Take care. I'll see you later. I'll be working on uploads. I really want to fucking upload something. It's been so goddamn hard to work on shit. But I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it today. I just got to take a break, drink some hot tea, and make sure my throat doesn't fucking explode. Take care. See y'all later. Bye-bye. That was the terrible Markiplier impression.